Gordon Flash Bevier.
Yep.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I'm not sure I can recall the exact first time, but I definitely have some memories of seeing Hacky Sack Jack Lentz at some of the music festivals around the town that I grew up in, Erie, Pennsylvania. So I think Jack Lentz was the first time I saw somebody kicking footbag like as a sport.
Did you go up and play with him?
Yeah, I played with him many times before I kind of caught the fever, maybe.
Really? So like you played a couple times and it was just blasé?
You know, it was something I did with my friends, like after school sometimes anyway. So, you know, seeing this guy who like kind of took it a little bit more seriously, it was just like a novelty at first, and then I just thought I could get better than him and everyone else.
Right. So then, all right, you're kicking with Jack. You're improving your skills. When was the first time that you heard about a competition and decided I can go compete?
Probably a year or two after kind of meeting Jack. I went to Penn State for college, and I missed it my freshman year, but there was the fantastic summer classic, like basically the weekend after we moved in. Yeah. So I wasn't ready my freshman year, but by sophomore year, I made the whole hour-and-a-half drive down to Harrisburg and saw what real footbag was about. Peter Irish, Ryan Maroney, Eric Wolf,
right,
Scott Davidson, they were all there competing. And that's when I was like, okay, now I see
where the bar's
yeah,
at.
where the work begins and where I could get.
But still, I mean, that's a big moment when you decide you're going to drive an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Who'd you go with?
There was a friend of mine that I played with kind of in the quad. His name was Trevor Washuzin.
Does he still play?
No, I don't think he still plays. Not that I know.
Does
He was not a
that
freestyler. He was just somebody who liked to like kick it around and was willing to make the drive.
Thank you.
He's a good dude.
Thanks, Flash.
It's wonders.
I found that it's helpful.
From my viewer count.
Heather Cook, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I sure do. Lunchtime at community college. Just walking through the quad area, I saw some guys playing, and I watched them for probably like a month before I had brave enough to venture out and try and play myself.
What community college? Where?
Mesa Community College in Phoenix, Arizona, in that area. So then, when I finally ventured in, I got brave and ventured into that circle. I never left it.
Do you remember the names of those people, or did you become friends?
I do, yeah. They're college friends of mine that I still talk to. I live all over the world.
Do they still play?
Huh?
Do they still play?
No, they would hack around with me if they did, but none of them really went into it deep like I did. None of them. They all went on about their lives.
Why did you go in deep?
I had a really good opportunity in Phoenix. There was it was when skateboarding was taking off, and my brother was on a skate team, and he was only 9 years old when he got in his first skate team. So I used to go with him to all the skate demos and stuff, and I started playing with some of the freestyle players who disc freestyle, and then we started playing footbag freestyle, and then I started getting demo work. We would do demos together because my friend was a really good disc player, and me and him would freestyle a lot, and then that's kind of how I got locked into traveling and touring. And then I learned about the World Footbag Association out of the blue. I think it might have been one of those Whammo Hacky Sack Fests back in probably like 85 or 84.
Right.
That showed me that there was actually competitive games. And then I went to my first training camp in 1986. I didn't even know about the world competition that followed the next day. I did the weekend and then I had to leave. And I almost cried because I had to leave. I had no idea. So 87, I was back after a year of training hard.
Nice.
And I was hooked ever since. So I did 10 worlds after that.
This is great, and I want to ask you more questions, but
that's noisy.
Yeah. So, what year was that?
1986 is when I did the training camp, and that's probably
World Training Camp with a mag.
World Footbag Association training camp. They used to do them on the weekend before the World Championships.
So it was in Colorado.
And Golden. So I think some of the key people that were in that class with me would have been Scott Davidson, Julie Simons, Sam Conlon. Who else was in there?
But hang on a second. You're in Arizona. You hear about this thing in Colorado.
Yep.
That's a training for hacky sack. And you decide that that you're gonna travel
Well, there's a little bit.
for
I'm
hacky sack?
from Colorado, so my family lives in Colorado Springs. So I used to go every summer and stay a week or 2 weeks with my grandma, my aunts and uncles. So I just planned to tag that onto my trip to see my grandma up there. And so I stayed there for 2 weeks. And then the last weekend, I got a ride up to Golden for my grandma. She dropped me off at the Colorado School of Mines dormitories, which, you know, I was like, wow. And which we just proceeded to play and had the best time ever. And so that was really an epic year for me. And then 87 it had to be probably February, I flew to Eugene for the first ever freestyle tournament, which we used ad counting and composition cards. That was the first test they ever did, you know, like to judge less subjectively and more objectively. We tried to quantify everything, and that's the year I showed up and I met all the Flying Clipper guys. I stayed with Reed. I didn't know a living soul, hardly. I didn't know anybody, but they had put me up just the same way I'm doing to people this year, you know?
Right.
And I went to compete, you know, and it's freestyle, we're in a gym, and the only other woman competitor there was Trisha George, which I had really only seen in the Footbag News magazine. She was like my idol at that
On the
time.
cover.
Yeah. So I show up barely knowing anything, and it's me against her. I'm like,
The poster girl.
yeah, this is gonna be quick. But anyhow, that weekend I learned to do an Osis, and I did it in that tournament to be the first woman to ever do an Osis in competition. I still didn't win, but I got to go home going, yeah, I did an Osis.
The first.
The first for a woman in competition.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Kirsten, how do you say your last name?
Uncut.
Anhut? Kirsten Anhut. Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I think actually it was back in 2004, so not so long ago compared to others maybe. And we were having the German Footbag Open in Frankfurt in the park. And I was hanging out with people, friends, and I was just going there, and was already like all the people from the Frankfurt club. Then I joined afterwards, and that was the first time I really saw it live, I think. Yeah.
So you're just walking in the park?
I was walking in the. I was invited to come to the tournament because all of my friends, you know, were there and playing then. And
Like
that
who?
was the first time.
Who was there? Who brought you?
Hannes Daniel was the first one, and Chris Löw, and there was all the guys from the Frankfurt Club afterwards. Yes.
So that's the first time you saw it. Did you immediately feel like I need to play this game? Or?
I think it was like hooking me up from the first second because I'm like kind of into games anyways with balls.
Right.
So I played soccer for a long time when I was younger. And I felt like it was so interesting. I'm talking about net now because I never played freestyle, you know. So I've never seen freestyle up until, you know, maybe 2 years after that.
Right.
Because we didn't have any like very active freestyle players back then in Frankfurt. And it was very like exciting because there was so much tension on the court and so much like quick movements happening, you know, all of a sudden. Yeah. So that's what got me interested.
Your first experience with Footbag was a competition.
Yes, as a spectator. Yeah.
And then you spectate, you practice, and what was the first time you went to a competition to compete?
I think between 2004 and 2006, there was 2 years where I didn't play. So after the first time I saw Footbag, I didn't start to play. And then I got my first net shoes in 2006, just 3 weeks before Worlds were in Frankfurt. And actually I went to Worlds, so I just competed in Worlds for the first time. And I was just like maybe 1 week into the game after that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Kirsten. Appreciate it. All right, Luca. How do you pronounce your name? Trisha George. Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yeah, the first time I ever saw Footbag was my brother Terry, who's 4 years older than I am, brought it home to me. Because I was a soccer player and he thought this is something I'd love to do. It was in a Haiti bag and the year was 1979, the summer of 1979.
So did you kick with your brother?
I kicked with him a little bit. I spent a whole year, well, pretty much maybe more closer to a year and a half playing by myself. And with him. Between us, we could do 10, right? That was our goal, do 10. Right. And I'd like throw a toe in every now and then, or maybe a knee, and then he'd do a bunch of consecutives and then give it back to me, or a bunch. Back then it was 3, right?
Right.
So he got me introduced. He went off to college. I spent the summer with my younger sister, who was actually much better at it than I was.
Right.
She didn't go on to really get really into the sport. But we, again, same thing, all we ever did was try to get numbers. And I really thought, you know, my first year of college, that it helped my concentration. So I played by myself. I didn't know anybody else really who played, aside from my family members.
So now you've got a footbag. When was the first time you got introduced to the larger world of footbag?
So I went off on they call it now a study abroad. Back then I was traveling to Mexico to learn how to speak Spanish.
Right.
Over the summertime. So I hitched a ride in the back of a pickup truck, and 8 other people also hitched a ride.
Whoa.
2 of those people were Pam Miller and Dave Robinson. And I had my foot bag in my pocket because it was the way I was going to stretch my legs while we were, you know, traveling down to San Diego to catch a train to go into Cuernavaca, Mexico.
Wow.
And I got out of the car and just started kicking the bag, and, you know, it was a knee and a toe, but I could string together, you know, several by this point. And they were like, "Who are you?" Because they were way into footbag. They were going to tournaments and playing, and I changed all my plans at that moment. When I got to know them over the next 2 days, I ended up traveling down to Mexico with them, staying with them. We spent 6 weeks together. They told me all about the Beaver Open, and they introduced me to the whole Flying Clipper group in Eugene. And I lived in Eugene, but I didn't know them. I knew there were these awesome kickers at the University of Oregon, but I had never met them. So they introduced me to that whole thing. Brought me to my first tournament, the awesome Auburn Open, followed by the Beaver Open, and the rest is history.
So you're able to do 10, and then you go to this competition. Is it just consecutives, or were there different?
Yeah, that's a good question, because in between me just kicking consecutives, I met these people who were doing freestyle. Like, I learned to do a flying clipper. Dennis Ross and I practiced doing a flying clipper. I learned to do a couple of tricks, but they played over a net. And they taught me about how to play over a net. So Jim Fitzgerald was my first partner, and we played mixed doubles at the awesome Auburn Open.
Nice.
That would have been 1983.
Thank you, Tricia.
Thanks. Thanks.
Sarah Femmel, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Oh, I was probably 3 or 4. I didn't actually start kicking or playing until I was about 11.
Because your dad.
Yeah. So back in the day, we always kicked in a circle, and that was mainly the focus of what we were doing. But he always made sure to teach me, you know, proper shots. But yeah, I didn't even play over a net until I was about 11.
So you're playing with your dad for years and years. All of a sudden, you decide, I'm going to go to this competition. Was it the Beaver Open, or?
Yeah, that was the Beaver Open. That was my first tournament. And that was the first time I ever kicked over a net, or even kicked with a harder bag than something you'd kick with friends. So, yeah. But it was a lot different because I always grew up playing singles, and so getting into the mix, the doubles flow is definitely an adventure.
That's it. Thank you. Walt, the Assault, Houston. Can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
First time I saw a footbag was probably in high school. I thought it was a hacky sack. But the first time I saw a footbag net, that's when I count that as the beginning, was when I moved back from North Carolina, and my cousin Ben was saying, like, hey, you got to come out here and try this out. So we did. That was the start of it.
But the first time you saw a hacky sack was not in Tennessee?
No, I think it was in Tennessee. Ben's older brother, he was a really good freestyler and didn't really compete a lot, and he actually gave me my first footbag. So I had some basic kicks, just
so you like circle kicking,
yeah,
and
circle kicking,
around,
hanging out, just showing off, just.
So but then you see net.
Yeah, then Ben takes me out, and we see people spiking, and it was like, oh damn, this is
Who you remember who it was?
Ken
all Will-I.
Yeah, it's probably like Will-I, Chuck Simmers, would have been probably Gary Edge, and
playing at that
Carls,
spot by the river.
Yeah, no, we were playing by the University of Memphis,
nice.
and just like most people, I sucked for a long time. but I just wanted to suck less than Ben. So that's
the
what
goal.
kept me going. That was all the fuel I needed. So we just went out there and just sucked.
So then, Ben's saying the first competition you ever went to was Green Cup.
Right, that was the first real competition. We had like some competitions in Memphis, but it was kind of a time capsule of footbag. We were still playing with, you know, pretty soft bags, doing a bunch of inside kicks, nothing real aggressive, and yeah, so we started idolizing players on YouTube and stuff.
Who?
At the time, most of the videos were PT and Johnny.
Right.
PT Laverne and Johnny plays, and it's, you know, Manu and there was some of Kenny Schultz, but not too many. It was mainly, in my mind, was PT and Johnny was like the main.
But then you go to Green Cup and you see these dudes.
Yeah, and I remember thinking that, you know, I thought it was just the pixelated video was like, you can't see it, and you're like, this dude spikes it so hard, you can't see it, like it just disappears. Right. So yeah, I remember being kind of starstruck. Man.
This Green Cup, the first one you went to, is this the one that I filmed you guys playing?
No, that wasn't the first one. 2007 was the one I'm referring to, and I think that one might have been 2009.
Right.
Because we were actually setting each other and not just recklessly putting our feet above the net.
Right.
Because that's all I remember from the first time, is just contact fouling everybody and talking shit. You know, that was the plan. You know.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, man.
That's it.
All right, cool.
You're done. It's gonna be perfect.
How do I look? You get mad. What the hell you want to know?
Scott Hansen, when was the first time you saw a footbag?
I don't necessarily know if it was the first time I ever saw one, but definitely the first time I ever kicked one was when my older brother came back from a hiking trip through Montana. He was with I think a youth group with our church, believe it or not, and he came back with a hacky sack and introduced me to killer hack. And I was 13 years old, just about to finish 7th grade, and I went to the toy store and bought one, and my neighbor and I started playing, and we played like the whole summer basically, and I've been in love ever since.
But you felt like you were in love with it that summer.
Oh, that immediately. And actually, like, I moved that summer later in the middle of the summer from Minnesota to the Chicago area. And so it was in the middle of the summer. School wasn't in session. I didn't have any friends. And I have my older brother and my younger brother. The three of us just played in our backyard for the whole rest of the summer because we didn't know anyone, and that's all we had. So
do any of your brothers play still? Can you go?
They both could go, like they could both join a circle and kick it around and keep it up off the ground, no problem. My little brother actually played a couple net matches, and he went to a tournament once a long time ago, and he knows some freestyle tricks and stuff like that too. But nah, I mean they never.
They're not the net director.
They didn't have that. They didn't have that. Whatever it was that pulled me to make me play all the time. They just enjoyed.
What was that thing?
I don't know, man. Maybe it was because I could do it, you know. Especially like at that time, I was growing a lot and I was very uncoordinated and not very athletic. But I could play, like at least in a circle. I could kick a footbag around and keep it off the ground. So maybe it was just something. It was because I could that I loved it, but I don't know, man. As the years went on, like especially like once I got into competitive footbag, the thing that really drew me to it was just meeting the other people that play and just hanging out with, making friends, and just meeting people from all over the country, all over the world, and just getting to know different people that also had the same passion. So that's really what keeps me playing, are the people.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. My pleasure. Peace out.
I'm looking at you. Or?
Yes, you could totally look at me. Lena, how do you pronounce your last name?
Mlakar Yerib.
Say that one more time.
Mlakar Yerib.
That's a mouthful for Americans.
You can just say Mlakar.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag or hacky sack?
Yeah, it was in high school. I started with hacky sack outside from school. We were just kicking.
Do you remember the people that you played with?
Yeah, I remember.
Are they still your friends? Do you still play with them?
No, we separated.
It was just from school?
Not so long time ago, but still, yeah.
So you played in school? Were you pretty good? Were you good at?
Yeah, I was pretty good in a circle with hacky sack, so yeah.
Right.
I always wanted to go to another circle when I found another people, so
right.
I didn't know them. I was just going there. Can I do it? Yeah.
Right. So you're really good at hacky sack now? You're good in the circle?
No, I think not. I think everyone else is better with the hacky sack.
Well then, I mean, if you're just playing in the park with your friends, how do you ever find out about a real competition?
I found new people. They were playing hacky sack, and the footbag was introduced from one Austrian guy from Europe. The net footbag, yeah.
Do you remember his name?
No, I'm sorry. No.
It's okay.
No, I don't. So they started to play over the net. So the first it was really crazy stuff with the hacky sack, like bombing with the head. And,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
After that we discovered our rules, and yeah, I just stuck with this group and.
And then, what was the first competition that you ever went to?
2003 in Prague, Worlds.
And the Worlds?
Yeah, straight away.
That's the first one ever?
Yes. Crazy.
Yes, very crazy. Yeah. Well, thank you for the interview.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Jack Lance, Hacky Sack Jack. Do you remember the first time you saw anyone playing footbag?
I do. It was at in my hometown of Erie, Pennsylvania, at a high school baseball field where we had pickup games on Sunday.
You were playing baseball?
We were playing either softball or baseball, can't remember which, but it was open to whoever came, and there was always strangers coming in and playing. And this particular time a guy came in, and while we were at bat and just sitting there, he said, "Hey everybody, check out this new game I learned about." He picked it up in Colorado, hacky sack.
Who was this guy? Do you know?
His name was, oh boy, Steve Juska.
Nice, nice.
He was from our area, but he had moved out to Colorado, or at least spent time in Colorado, and came back, and he got a circle going, and I don't know what appealed to me about it exactly. I wasn't any good. But I showed it to a friend who did a lot of things together, and we both fell in love from that point.
Can you remember the moment where you thought, "Wow, I think I can do this. Maybe I should go to a competition"? Can you remember a breakthrough moment?
I can't remember a breakthrough moment, but I do remember this, that my friend, I would have been satisfied, I think, in just playing locally and not pursuing it, but he joined the WFA. This was in the early 80s.
Right.
And WFA had a magazine that would list tournaments. There was one in New Jersey, which is like an 8-hour drive, and that was the start.
You decided, "Oh, I'm going in on an 8-hour drive to go see a hacky sack tournament."
Well, that was probably after months of learning to play and slowly improving and, feeling more confident about the game. But we didn't know anything about it. We wanted to play net, but we didn't know anything about it. We thought maybe bounces were legal.
Right.
So we had to get the rules when we got there, but that was the start.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Lentz. It's plenty good.
I'm like an angel, you never can.
I know.
Really get focus.
All right, Ben Alst.
Are we filming right now?
We're filming.
Okay.
What can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
First time I ever saw a footbag, my older brother came home and he had a freestyle bag, hacky sack, and he was really into it at first. I kind of was like, yeah, it's kind of stupid, but older brothers, you kind of hang out, and one thing led to another, and we just started kicking it, and then probably about a year into it, something like that, he came home one day after being at either a festival or something like that, and it's like, man, you got to come with me next week to this field where they're playing this sport. It's kind of like hacky sack, but not really. So that next week we went out, and I was hooked from then on out. I didn't even worry about that dumb freestyle shit anymore. I just got rid of it. So I can remember playing my first day and just loving it, being hooked to it, and needing to kick that bag.
So your brother was the first person who ever showed you a footbag?
Correct. Yep.
Does he still play?
No, he does not.
Can you go home with a footbag and play with your brother?
Yeah, I mean, he's actually, like, over the years, like, tried to kick with us, and he was big into the freestyle scene for a long time. He went down, to, like, I think Austin, Texas one time, did a tournament down there, and he got a routine. He choreographed it with some music and stuff like that, and he tried to play net, but it just, some people just aren't good with the timing, and it just it didn't really take to it, but it was right up my alley.
So then he brought. How did he saw some guys in the park?
Yeah, the current guys that, like, old school Memphis, Mike Williams, Lee Gunther, Chris Allen, I didn't see Ken Hamrick for a long time because he took a break after being awesome for a while, but yeah, there was RB, there was a guy named Red, a guy named George, just a bunch of old fat guys that like to get out into a field and, drink beer and smoke some weed and kick a footbag every now and then, which that's what I like to do.
Right.
So yeah, like that's what we started doing. You saw them at like over in Overton Park in Memphis. There's like a big kind of gathering every year, and I think they were out there just setting up a net, kind of trying to do what everybody else tries to do, recruit new people, and that's kind of how it happened.
All right, so then you go and you hook up with these guys, and you're playing for a while. When do you get to your first competition?
Oh man, I didn't even really know about competition with this sport really until my cousin Walt moved back into Memphis, and I brought him out. He started working with me, and we took him out to Waterworks. That's what place we used to kick at, and we started kicking, and like then it was competition in between us. And then I can remember one time going over to his house one time. I think it was after a kicking session, and on his TV they had like the internet hooked up, and he played a video, and it was either some chaos video or something like that, and just to watch the spikes that we never did, that like I knew we had the capability of doing, and it's like that's when it clicked, and that's when it was like, okay, all right, we need to start playing. That was around 2006, and then we had tournaments in Memphis, but
It was like all local guys?
Yeah, it's like
same guys you've been
like
playing?
croquet to golf, it's like it wasn't like what it is, it was just a happy, fun time as opposed to like I want to win time. So I remember me and Ken Hamrick in 2006 went up to Murfreesboro and did a little tournament there. And
Murfreesboro is in Tennessee?
Yeah, Murfreesboro,
Okay.
just south of Nashville, or kind of.
How far a trip is that?
It's probably about 2.5, 3 hour drive.
So like that's a big leap, man. That you've been playing long enough, and then you're like, I'm gonna take a 3-hour trip.
Yeah, well, it was with Ken too, and Ken, like we sort of give credit to Ken for being like the one that kind of like showed us kind of like how to win and how to play, because he's got that killer instinct that every footbagger should have. So when I went there with him, like I said, Corey Current and Eve Archambault, they beat us. That was the first time I ever met Eve Archambault, but they beat us. And during that tournament, as we were leaving, a guy named Mike McCarthy gave me one of Eve's bags, a pro kicker, and from like all before that, we were playing with some just dumb, stupid, like, bags that, I don't know where we were getting, probably like Antarctica or something like that. It was crap, but we started playing with that bag, and it's funny, I took it back to Memphis with me, and at first, a lot of the guys were like, oh, that bag sucks, we can't play with that one. And I was like, no, we're playing with this bag, and I still have that bag to this day, and I credit a lot to, our success off of playing with, playing the right style of play, but also playing with the right bag and like learning to control it, and that's kind of where it all started, man. Like, and then that next year in 2007, me and Walt, we went to Green Cup for the first year. Of course, we got our asses handed to us, but like driving up on that Friday before the tournament, like we went to that field, and like seeing PT there, seeing Johnny there, and you know, just and
The dudes you saw in the video way back when.
Yeah, so and seeing that sunback, you know, up close was like, oh my God, I must do that. You know, that is what I need to do. I need to beat these guys. I need to kick just like these guys. So I would say that the 2007 Green Cup was the first, like, you
first
know,
competition.
That was the first experience to where it was like, you know, we knew what we had to do and what the level, where the bar was set at. So yeah, I would say Green Cup 2007.
All right. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Daryl Gans.
Taylor.
Can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Well, yeah, but definitely the most memorable time, and I'm not sure what year it was, but I want to say 1990. I went to the World Footbag Championships in Golden, and I'd never seen real freestyle before that. Seen a couple tricks here and there, but walked up and I think I saw Dimitri, one of the original band members, just doing all kinds of double dexes back to back, and I had no idea what was happening.
Right.
And I was just astounded.
So the first time you ever saw footbag was at the World Championships?
The first time I saw anything really good, yeah. And
Well, did you ever just kick at a hacky sack in a circle before that?
Sure. At that point, I could do hardly, I mean, I don't even know if I could do a barrage back then. So I was just...
Well, what about the first time you ever saw like a hacky sack? Was it in a park somewhere, or your brother, your cousin, your cool stoner cousin has
Probably
a
just random kids in high school
Yeah.
kicking it around.
Yeah.
And I was embarrassed to even join the circle. Terrible.
Right. And then, but then you're embarrassed to get in the circle, but then you go to the World Championships?
Well, I practiced in high school quite a bit until I could get, you know, with a regular hacky sack.
Right.
And I could get like my record. My first one I really remember was like 14 kicks. And I was like, actually thought I figured it out.
Right. And then from 14 kicks to the World Championship. Where did you travel to that World Championship?
Well, I was in Golden, Colorado, and I lived in Colorado, so it was like not even a half-hour drive from me. It was pretty, and then I was hooked after that.
All right, thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it. All right, it's Cass, right? Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Taylor.
Taylor. Do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
The first time I saw footbag would have been in high school. A really good friend of mine had just a crochet hack from the dollar store and had been kicking it around, and that's sort of how I got into it.
Are you still friends with this person?
Not close friends, but we're still in contact.
Like,
yeah.
did you go and kick a circle kick with them?
They don't play anymore, so as far as I know. So yeah, he kind of got me into it and then sort of fell off, and I kept it up.
So this was just like circle kicking in high school kind of thing?
Yeah, that's how it started, but it sort of progressed. We actually got in contact with the Footbag Association of Toronto, and they were much more advanced freestylers than us. So they sort of showed us there was more to it than just circle kicking, and it just progressed from there.
So how did you get hooked up with these Toronto folks?
Footbag.org, actually. We found sort of the trick lists and everything on there, and they have the club listing, so that sort of got us in contact with the people in Toronto, and we went out for our first session in 2006.
With the Toronto club?
Yeah, with the Toronto club.
So then what's the first time, you're playing with some higher level players. What's the first competition you've ever gone to?
The first competition I went to was Montreal Spring Jam in 2007, and yeah, it was really overwhelming at the time because I was just an intermediate player, but it was my first competition, and it was a lot of fun competing and meeting all the different freestylers, so
Right.
That was really cool.
Did you have to travel just from Toronto to Montreal?
Yeah, it was about a 6-hour drive.
Because it's that's like a kind of a big decision.
Yeah, we actually rented a van with the other Toronto freestylers. There was about 6 or 7 of us who drove up together for the event. So that was a really cool experience.
All right, thanks, Cass.
Yeah, not
Thank
a
you very
problem.
much. Red Husted, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag being played?
I do. My friends in high school were playing it, and at the time I had very little interest, so they played and I didn't. But then after I graduated high school, I kind of ran out of things to do, so I looked at it again, and that's when I jumped into it, so to speak.
Were those guys that were playing, were they pretty high level, or they're...
Oh no, they were just learning like everyone else, you know, and so my competitive obsessive nature, I just had to learn faster and more, so I ended up finding a bootleg copy of Tricks of the Trade. Nice. And I kept that all to myself, and then over the next 6 months progressed, and then came back and kicked with them, and they were just blown away, you know.
So do you remember like the first time thinking this is something? So the first time you saw Footbag, you did not like hear the angels singing,
no,
or anything like that, but there was a moment where you were like, I can do this, I can go and compete, and I can compete with the best of them. Do you remember what that moment was?
I remember when I got Tricks of the Trade and I started progressing fairly quickly for back then. That's when I realized I probably could like make my way up the list. I ended up being the best of my friends, and then the best of the people in our town, and then the best of the state, and each time I like leveled up, so to speak, I had a realization I wanted more, you know, so I just kept going up the line, you know, and that took me to California, and then the Bay Area, and the Baffle Group, and then, you know, eventually out to Portland. But yeah, so every time I was shown a little light, I wanted more. So, you know, here I am all in now.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right.
Chris Cleaver, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
It was probably 9th or 10th grade, 1992 or 93, in junior high school, kicking around in hacky sack, outside gym class after school. But we were very lucky because we were from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, and there was 4 main kickers. T.E. Parker, Matt Soxman, Kevin Cura, and I. And we went over to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and found a shop called Funtastics, which was owned by Joe and Brenda, who've been running the Funtastics Footbag tournament 25 years, or some of the first ones. And we found these twisted bags that were at the Funtastics, and we're like, wow, what are these? Because we were just playing with the SEPAs. And then we started talking to the owner, and he's like, hey, there's tournaments all over the country and the world, and we're like, wow, show us more. And so he introduced us to the sport, told us about footbag net and freestyle, and we went to our first tournament in Long Island. It must have been in '93.
Long Island, wow.
And that was it. From there we were hooked. We played almost every day in my backyard, and that was it.
So it was like you felt a calling to this game before you even knew there was a competition level.
Competition. We would set up a hose in my garage before we even knew there was footbag net, and play over the hose, which was about 3 feet high, and we only probably had the size of a footsie court to play in. And then we realized there was a net, and set up a 5-footer, and we're hooked from there on out. And it's been 24 years, almost 25 now for me.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep. Still doing it strong.
Pretty. Corey Current, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yes, it was 1995, the day of the last Grateful Dead show. I was on my way in with some friends and passed by Scott Davidson, who was standing by the entrance, and he was just tearing it up, and I'd never seen anything like it. All my friends were rushing to pull me into the show, and I just wanted to stand there and watch. So I did manage to get a business card from him, and then I came out to a tournament in Chicago the next summer, and was just blown away by everything I saw.
So like when you saw him, did you hear the angels singing? Did you?
I did. I said that's what I want to do. I thought I was the best player in the world up until that point, and then I quickly realized I wasn't. So, and then there was a whole world of people better than me. So it was awesome. And then I came to that first tournament and saw net, and I also said, wow, that's pretty cool. So I focused on freestyle for a few years, and then I crossed over to the dark side at some point.
Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
Bruce Lee from China. Do you remember the first time that you ever saw footbag?
Me?
Do you remember the first time you ever saw somebody playing footbag?
Somebody, what's it called that?
On the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw on the computer. That was the first time you saw it?
Yeah.
Were you looking for a footbag on the internet when you found it? Or did you just, it was by accident you saw? Is it hard to understand?
I can say I remember I first time saw the footbag video in internet.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you saw that footbag video, did you think right away, this is something that I want to learn? This is something that I want to do? Did you say right away think that?
My first time saw the footbag video in 2008.
Right.
Yeah. I learned footbag because I just progressed my shuttlecock.
Shuttlecock, right?
Now I hope many China footbagger join the World Footbag Championship.
So have other shuttlecock players, have you shown them Vasek Kloda?
Yeah.
Yes? They think it was interesting, or
yeah.
Did they like it, or they think shuttlecock is better?
Yeah, I'm very excited, looking forward to meeting him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be here today, probably,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thank you. All right, Jack Lentz. Actually, a Hank. Whoops. All right, so Chris Dean. Do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I do. This was in Rochester, New York, 2002. I was on the campus of the University of Rochester, and up until that point, I'd always played a lot of hacky sack. I thought, I'd never heard of footbag. I used to play, in high school a whole bunch, and I could do the gestures and everything like that. I thought I was the best in the world, no question. Nobody could hit a bunch of gestures in a row like I could. So I'm walking around the University of Rochester. All of a sudden, I see these two guys. They turned out to be Matt Cross and Mike Anello, just doing the craziest. Can I swear? Doing the craziest shit I've ever seen. Just like, especially Matt Cross. He's just all like gummy and bendy and stuff. I'm just like, what the hell is going on? I remember I was 18 at the time, just finishing up high school, and I just ran up to them and was just like, you have to teach me how to do that. And that same summer, they brought me to my first competition in Montreal, and that's where I met like a bunch of, big name players. They were all just hanging out, and it was just awesome. And right after that, I was hooked. I mean, went to Montreal, went to like Le Fouf. It was the first bar I'd ever been to because I was only 18 at the time. And there I met like Yassine and Ellis Piltz and so many other people, Ken Samolinos, and it was just done after that.
Heaven, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, do you remember the first hacky sack that you got?
The first bag I ever got?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, probably just like a crocheted bag from from some random store.
Like you went and bought it?
I have no idea. I have no clue.
Do you remember like some of the folks that you would just hack circle with?
Yeah, and lunch, during lunch, we would, instead of sitting in the lunchroom, we would always go outside, rain or shine in the middle of winter, and we'd always just kick a bag, and that was like Nick Bianco and Joel Delancey were probably the two other people that that we would always kick with. We'd always try tricks and stuff, and I tried bringing them to some, after I discovered footbag, I tried bringing them to some freestyle sessions, and they just couldn't deal with it. They were out.
Off.
Yeah.
It was like, that's out of my league.
Yeah, they're like, I'm out.
So your first competition was Montreal?
Yes, yes.
Was it a combined net and freestyle competition, or freestyle only?
It was 2002. It was 2 years before Worlds, and I don't remember net being there. I think it was just freestyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you do?
Oh, I could barely hit any tricks, so I didn't compete. I just hung out and played.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm fine. I'm just tired a little bit. I need to go eat.
Emmanuel Bouchard, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yeah, first time I saw a Footbag, my mom bought one for me. And after playing for a little while, I got like 11 shots in a row. And I went and tell her, and she didn't believe me. And after that, I was like, what?
So why would she buy it for you? Were you play soccer or something?
It was just a trend back then.
Okay.
Like, it was a hacky, like hacky sack, but her version of hacky sack.
Right.
And I don't know, I'm just happy she did.
So now you have one. Then did you meet other people?
It took 8 more years before we saw people playing net. We kind of knew it existed. We did some like power kick over fences and stuff. And then
like a sub before you knew about net, you were doing that.
Yeah, yeah. And then we went to the park one day, and there were some people playing with a real net.
Who?
It was Martin Graton, Martin Côté, Ben, and Yves. And so while they were not playing, we went on the net, did a couple of rallies, and then of course they kicked us out.
So then you start playing over the net. You just start showing up.
Yeah, just started. We just came back even if they didn't want us. And
so and then you start beating them.
Oh, it took a little while because after that, after a year or maybe a year at least, we went to the Montreal tournament.
That's your first tournament?
That was my first tournament.
How'd you do?
I think I might have finished second in singles, I think.
Intermediate?
Yeah, intermediate.
Nice.
I'd have to remember. I think Matt Dwyer beat me.
Matt Dwyer, where's he from?
He's from East Coast.
That name sounds familiar. Yeah, but I don't remember the face.
It's been a while since he didn't play.
All right, so then how long till you won your first tournament?
First tournament I won, like open or intermediate?
Yeah.
Open was 95 against Schultz.
How many years was that from the time you?
I'd say probably from 91 to 95, 4 years.
Nice. All right, thanks.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay,
all right.
I'm good.
Steve Goldberg, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure.
Can you tell me about it?
No, I can't remember. Yeah, it was 1982, 83, must have been 83.
Okay.
At Georgia Tech in Atlanta. I was a student there in the computer science department, to date myself. And there were a couple guys that were working in the lab, and they had taken a break, gone out in the hallway, and they were kicking a hacky sack brand Footbag. And it was the first time I'd ever seen it in my life, and I was like, what in the fuck is that? And I had to know. And I walked over and I watched them, and I couldn't believe they could kick it like that. And there was one guy who was actually quite good at just basics, basic kicking. And so I started playing with him, and I sucked. I would try to kick him in my stomach and my chest. I couldn't get my feet to do anything.
Right.
So it took me quite a long time after that. But from that moment on, I had to do it. I just had to do it. So I started doing it all the time.
This is a common theme where people will see it and feel like immediately the angels singing, So then you play with these guys, you're doing all your crazy chest and the head stalls and whatever.
I got good at actually kicking it and stalling it because I really wanted to get good. I would practice in my office where I worked as a lab assistant, and I would do toe stalls and surprise the guys by doing something. No one knew anything, so they weren't even doing toe stalls. I just came up with hey, I could stall this on my toe, let me try that, and I started doing it. Then my friend Donald took me to the Hacky Sack and Frisbee Festival in Atlanta. That came that next year at Piedmont Park, and I saw, I guess it probably was Jimmy Caveney, I'm almost positive, when he was young, svelte, and full of hair, and just on his head though. The back hair hadn't grown in yet. And, sorry Jimmy. And we did a competition, he taught us all how to try to do consecutive kicks and other stuff. And I really wanted to win something. Of course I didn't, I sucked. But after that I didn't see him again, but then, because he didn't live there, I think he came through on some tour. And I didn't remember who he was, but it was years later that we figured out that was him. But then one day at Georgia Tech, we would play at the fountain, we would kick hacky sack. And then one day this random guy came through. I still to this day don't know who it was. He was wearing WFA shorts that I identified immediately. And I didn't know it at the time, but he had rod wavers on. And he came through with his girlfriend. They were walking their dog, they were running. They saw us playing hacky sack. He came over and he shredded. Honestly, he looked like Andy Linder that I know from that day, but I don't know that it was him because I didn't know who Andy Linder was back then.
What would he be doing in Atlanta?
I don't know, but it sure looked like him. So if you can picture Andy Linder back then, '83, that's what this guy looked like. And he had his girlfriend and a dog, and he shredded. He did real tricks, and I had never seen that in my life, even at the hacky sack tournament or festival. Then, okay, so flash forward to the future. 1986, I go to Stanford for grad school. I'm in Palo Alto, Stanford. I meet this German guy named Andreas Römer, who's from Berlin. He was selling footbags in the plaza at Stanford. So I ran over to him. I was like, hey, you know footbag? He's like, oh yeah, I'm from Berlin. We play all the time, blah, blah, blah. So we started freestyling. By then I knew much more. I had gotten the magazine and all that kind of stuff for WFA. And we started playing a little. He told me about labors. I got a pair of labors. He told me about net. I'd never really played net. Then one Saturday, we're going to go find footbag. And I knew Berkeley was like a hot spot for footbag. So I got in the car and Andreas with me, and we drove to Berkeley. It's about an hour with traffic. We get there, we're driving around, and I tell Andreas, hey, listen, it's just a random Saturday, right? I tell him, if you see anyone playing hacky sack in a field somewhere randomly, just tell me and we'll stop. Sure enough, within 5 minutes of that, he goes, Steven, stop the car. And I'm like, what? And I pull over and he's like, look over there. And I look and there's a field full of nets. It's the first ever, it was actually April 1st, April Fool's Day, footbag tournament at Berkeley. And everyone was there. You were probably there.
Freaking destiny, man.
It was. It was crazy. It was just a random day. And it was full of people. I met Brent Welch. I had actually met him before through computer science. And I heard someone mention the word hacky sack, but thought I misheard it and didn't talk to him about it. I was too...
It's impossible that he would play hacky sack.
But then I saw him and I was like, hey, you're Brent Welch. I know you. And he's like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah, we were at this seminar, blah, blah, blah. And then I hooked up with him and stuff, and the club there at Berkeley, we started playing all the time. But I met Etienne, Jody, I met the whole Eugene crew, I met tons of people there. Probably, I don't remember, but almost everybody who was a name back then was at that event. And it was just completely changed my life, yeah. And I started playing with them all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Probably more than...
Vasek Kloda. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Vasek Kloda, yeah. Or Vasek. What is easier for you to say? Both options are good.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I think it was in Prague in the year '99, and it was when Ivan Lamerch, she's here, she came to Czech Republic to promote the hacky sack with Starburst, with the candy, and I think I saw her doing some clippers and butterfly, and I really like it, and I had the desire to learn it.
How did you see that? Did you go on purpose, or are you just walking through the park? And
they just came to our school, they call us to gym, and then they present their sport.
Nice. Did you buy a footbag there?
I won it, I think, the footbag, because there was the competition. If you can make few kicks, then you get the footbag for free.
And you won it?
Yeah.
And you take it home?
Yeah.
You play with your friends? You just do, did you go right into doing tricks?
By this time in Czech Republic, it was big, how to say, big euphoria for the hacky sack, for the sport. Everybody was doing it. So I was training home alone, but also in the school with friends, because it was, after this there was some competitions, and if you do for example 100 kicks, you can win Discman or some TV. Right. So it was big motivation for all the kicks. So I thought, hey, if I will learn 100 kicks, I get the Discman. So it made the desire to learn it.
Okay. So those are competitions right away.
Yeah.
Right away. And these are in the Czech Republic.
But by the time I didn't win much.
Okay.
I wouldn't call this competition. It was just for the kicking competition.
Just consecutives.
Consecutives. But my first freestyle competition, I think it was some freestyle championships in Prague, in Czech Republic.
In Prague.
Organized by Czech Footbag Association.
Who's organizing that?
I think it was Dexter and Tomasz.
Dexter. All right, and you go there? Do you have to travel to Prague, or you from that area?
I'm from Prague, so
okay.
I just took metro
so you just
and
go
went
right down the street.
Yeah, but I mean, I was already in the not in the team, but in the area where they train these people. So.
Do you do well in your first competition?
I think I was quite good. I think I was third or fourth.
Third or fourth.
Quite good.
And
Dexter was best.
How long until you're Vasek?
I don't know.
The legend.
1, 2 years.
2 years after, and that's just practicing in the basement with who's your partner there? I forget his name.
I would say it was not practicing just in basement. It was kind of we travel a lot because in Europe it was big boom in the year 2000. And me, Dexter, Tomasz, Aleš, Honza later, we traveled all to Germany, to Poland, and we traveled a lot to competitions, and that's why we get so good, because we went to so many competitions in small period of time.
Okay.
So it was not me 2 years closed in basement, but we traveled.
As a team.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Vasek.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
My better slip.
When did you see your first footbag? I've never seen a footbag in my life.
Candle kick. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I remember the first time I saw footbag. It was at San Francisco State University, and there were a bunch of people kicking in front of the student union, and they invited me to play with them, and I was a varsity soccer player at the time, so I said yes. And that's the first time I did it. And they told me the rules.
What were the rules?
You can't say you're sorry, and you're not supposed to self-serve it. So that was it.
2 rules.
2 rules, I could totally do that.
So then, did you get good at that immediately? Did you, with your soccer skills?
It took me a long time, but once I got past 12 kicks, I felt like it was something I could do. And then 33 kicks, and then a magic 300. And then after the 300, I found it easier to control it. And my first tournament was a San Francisco State University one that I helped these guys put together in 1981. And then we did Sonoma State. Some old Sonoma State tournaments in the early 80s.
Who's at this first tournament? There's folks that are still around?
No. John O'Malley, Mark Wendell. Yeah, some scrappy guys, Screamer.
Are you in touch with them at all?
No. Somebody might remember it. Chris Ott, maybe he was there. Jimmy Caveney.
Okay.
I think was at that one. And I think Jimmy Caveney was the one that sucked me into going to tournaments.
Okay.
Told me about nationals and
That's it. Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Jeremy Merkin, do you remember the first time you seen hacky sack or footbag?
Yes, I do. So when I was a sophomore in high school, some friends of mine, we were trying to kill some time before class started, and a buddy of mine brought out a dirt bag and said, "Hey, let's kick this bag around." And I had never done it before. We were all pretty new except for the guy who had the bag, and just seemed pretty fun. It was something to do to stay warm, and it turned into a ritual. We were doing it every day before school, and then we started playing on break, on our 10-minute nutrition break, and we started doing it at lunchtime as well. And pretty quickly I realized that I wanted to do more than just keep it in the air, but learn how to do some tricks.
Are you in contact with those guys still?
One of those guys I am in contact with through Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk too much, but
like we have
the ability to.
If you had a high school reunion, you could bring a dirt bag and
probably
get a nice boot.
Probably could actually.
None of them went on to compete.
No, actually, there was one other person that was interested in learning freestyle with me, and he did go on to learn, 2-ad and a couple of 3-ad tricks. But he was Mormon and started a family pretty soon after high school, and he also went on a mission.
Right.
So his life it had a different direction than mine.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you remember? All right, you kick with the guys in school.
Yep.
You're moderate or great hacky sack player.
Yep.
How do you get hooked up with the professional scene?
Well, So I went from being strictly a freestyler to getting an introduction to the world of net because Scott Clear hosted a tournament in San Luis Obispo, and it was a pro-am event. And so I showed up at
How'd
that
you find
event.
out about it?
I think I had already known about footbag.org, and they have the events listing there, and I noticed, oh, you know, there's an event, and it's almost in my backyard. I only lived about 20-25 minutes from San Luis. And so I drove up there with my mom, probably. I know she was there with me, actually. So I brought her, and had no idea what was going on or what the rules of net were, but I got teamed up with Rob Adams. He was my pro, and so we whooped everybody's ass because I was good enough to kind of receive a serve, and he did the rest.
News to me that your first introduction to the scene is Rob Adams.
It was really small. It was a small event. There was maybe only 5 or 6 teams, and actually that very first day that I got introduced to net, a Santa Cruz player by the name of Angel Rodriguez happened to catch a ride down.
Of television fame.
Yeah, and exactly. And little did I know that about 12 years later, I was going to be moving to his city where he plays every weekend. And so he and I became buddies and training partners and opponents, you know, for the next 7 years, basically. I was like, don't I know you from somewhere? And yeah, that's how it all started for me.
Thank you, Jeremy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Francois, how do you pronounce your last name?
How do I pronounce it?
Yeah.
Lay.
Francois Lay. Francois, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Kind of. But yeah, I know where the location was. I don't know when the first time was, but it was in the late 80s. And I saw a bunch of people kicking the little ball, and it wouldn't drop. And then I saw them play over a net. And I thought, wow.
Where was
that?
that?
In Kids Beach in Vancouver, British Columbia in the late 80s. And that was fascinating. And I just had to do this.
Do you remember who those kickers were?
I know the ringleader was Ian. I forgot his last name.
Kobayashi.
Kobayashi, yeah, I knew that. And that was and I think a guy named Noel was there. And Pierre, a guy named Pierre.
Okay.
And then don't remember all details, but it was a great group of people.
So you're just walking through the park and saw them?
I was through the park and I saw that. I thought, wow, this is good. And then I found out there's some kind of sports related to it. But to me, I was just thinking, if you can do this and keep the ball up without dropping it, that's I didn't think of it as an exercise. I just thought it was some kind of a zen of beauty. That's
I agree. So you were immediately impassioned by it. You saw it. You heard the angels singing.
I did, yeah.
And you said, I have
home.
to try this.
I was, I think I got one of those little bean bags, whatever it was, and I tried to see if I could kick more than 3 times consecutively on my own. And by the end of the night or the next day, well, when I practiced, I went up to 8 consecutive kicks, and I thought, wow. But the net game is what attracted me. The net game, flying, spiking over the net. Not that I can spike, but it just the beauty of it was fascinating.
I agree, 100%.
Well,
so now you saw these guys. You bought yourself a footbag. You went home. You practiced. And then what were the circumstances that got you to go to your first competition?
Well, I was told they have competitions. I didn't know Worlds existed, but that came later. And then eventually there's a group of Vancouverites that we went to Seattle. And I think my first tournament was, well, there's a kind of a mini tournament indoors that I was sort of part of. And a net game in the indoors, a badminton court. I was sort of not really too sure of what we were doing, but it was interesting. And then I found out there's a tournament in Seattle. I think it was the same year. And there I saw my first real tournament in Seattle, and that was an eye-opener, and I had to do this. And because I'm not the age bracket of the young guys who start doing it, I didn't really notice that I was more than twice as old as most people, but I still had to keep on going. And I met eventually people like you.
That's right. All right, thanks, Francois.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Jeff Ann, do you remember the first time you ever saw kickers?
First time I saw kickers, I don't remember that, but I remember that I had a hacky sack, and it was me and my brother and a couple other people, and they weren't too interested, so I was mostly doing it by myself.
Do you remember where you got that hacky sack?
Probably Canadian Tire.
Canadian Tire?
Canadian Tire in Canada. Yeah, or a store close to it, but I remember buying a footbag there also.
So did you see it before then?
I must have seen it on TV or something, or maybe you know, it was something that the hippie kids did. And other than that, and then in high school, I met Jim Darricott, and we hung out in the smoke pit, and we were the first ones to, you know, do a stall and learn a couple of tricks. And then I think it was just after we got out of high school, we rode our bikes down to English Bay, and we were riding by, and we looked over and we saw a net, and we saw people kicking a footbag over the net. And
Who was it?
It was Scott Milne and Ian Kobiaski. Yeah.
Nice.
And right then and there we stopped, and they stopped and said, we said, hey, what is this? And they said, it's footbag net. And Ian pulled out rules and the dimensions of the court, handed it to us, and the next day we built we got a badminton net, and we bought 5-foot little wood poles to hold it up, and within the first 10 minutes, one of the poles was broken. So yeah.
So then you guys met Ian, you met those guys, you were on your way as far as learning how to kick.
Yeah.
How did you get to your first competition? What was it?
The first competition was in Vancouver, and it was only a couple months, or maybe a month after. It was the Vancouver Open, and it was down at Gravel Market then. And we went intermediate players, and I played my first round of golf there with Animal. And then we competed at net, and I was never too much into the freestyle. And then I think that maybe that summer or the following summer we went to Mag Hughes training camp, and then I drove to Denver, and I was in Denver because I went to Worlds, and I was in Denver for 12 years.
And there's a whole slew of kickers down there.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. Right on, Steve.
How have you been doing?
I've been doing great, man. John Stahlberger, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yeah, very vivid in my mind. It was 1972, and it wasn't what we would call a footbag. It was barely even what we would call a hacky sack, because we didn't even have that as a name. It was a beanbag. And Mike Marshall took it out of his pocket. We were walking over to go swimming, and he started kicking it, and me being having such an athletic background, I said, hey, that's cool, let me see that. And I missed it the first 3 times, picked it up, looked down and said, what a stupid game. And then about an hour later I said, hey, let me see that again. I focused a little bit more and started kicking. So
I heard that you had like some kind of injury, some sort of knee injury, and you felt like this might help you.
Well, and my background in school was physical education, physical therapy, and yes, I had injured my knee playing a pickup football game on AstroTurf, and I just ripped it. And everything I was trying to rehab it wasn't really working, but I didn't really have any professional help in me. And when Mike and I started kicking every day, once we really knew that, hey, wow, we're going to get good at this, then my knee kept getting stronger and stronger because of the motions involved in the inside kicks and the outside kicks. Nice. And then from there, we just developed it. Mike was you're going to love this, Mike was really the freestyle kind of guy. And myself, I was more the, hey, take this. And we would fire it at each other, and then we started playing over the net. So you look at the 2 disciplines of freestyle, and it just has Mike's spirit in it. And then you look at net, and it sort of has my spirit in there.
Right.
And then put together, and it's everything we see in footbag. All the love, the camaraderie. Look how many years, people have been just close friends. Changed a lot of people's lives, and it's pretty humbling.
I met my wife because of
Yes, I tell those types of stories all the time.
It's the stories I'm collecting. So, all right, now you're kicking around a beanbag. How does it get to a competition? How does it become a tournament?
Well, Mike and I got very good at it. We would kick, not as a demonstration, but we'd kick. We'd maybe go to parties, or we'd be kicking down at the river or something. And our friends would go, "Wow, you guys are just really good at this. You should do something with it." And so we looked at each other and said, "Yeah, that would be fun." Well, I had some business background. Mike really didn't have much. But we said, "Yeah, we can do this." So we started looking into patents and trademarks, and we knew virtually nothing about them. So we educated ourselves. And we filed for hacky sack because we used to say, "Hey, let's go hack the sack." That was how we called the game. Let's go hack the sack. So hacky sack became our trademark, and then we figured we would call it footbag, which, as far as we knew at that time, nobody had ever really called an object that. It wasn't in any dictionary, and it made sense. So that became the item that we were kicking and the game that we were playing. Mike died in early 1975. That was back just a few months later. So it took a long time for our patents to go through because there was no prior art of that sort. But then in '76, I met up with a group of people I was playing softball with. We started the National Hacky Sack Association.
Who are those folks?
Well, they would have been Garwin Bruce, Ted Huff, a few other people. Their names escape me right now. I can get those to you later. But those were two of the key people. The Gunthers, Karen Gunther. I don't think Rita Buckley was involved with us yet, but she was around.
Okay.
Dave Hill was in that group. Marty Stratton. Both of those guys had passed away.
So this group eventually decided they were going to have a competition.
Yes, the first competition we did was really sort of a fundraiser. It was more circle kicking and stuff, and that was a fundraiser for Easter seals. And then from there, we started doing school assembly type promotions. And a guy that I'm hoping he comes to see us, he has not been involved in footbag very much, but that's Gordy McPherson. We've been in touch with each other. None of the footbag players know him. Some of my old friends know him. But he and I would go in, and while the kids were coming in or we were waiting for them, we would invariably kick it over a badminton net or a volleyball net that they had set up for their PE department. And then, of course, the kids would see that, and then we would explain that, well, we're going to show you there's no competition. It's just nobody wins. We're doing it as a team.
Teamwork, right?
Yeah, and then when we'd get through, the first questions were who won. So we knew that America loves competition. So that's how net sort of started. And then consecutive kicks, lots of world record holders, Kenny being one of the first ones, and then, of course, Andy Linder.
Do you remember the very first tournament that you had?
Yes, that would have been in 1978.
And it was the Easter Seals?
It was, no, this was the tournament in Oregon City where our office was. And we played over the net and consecutive kicks. And the net was an 8-foot net.
Right.
Yeah, and I've been back to that school. It's now a charter school. And the Oregon City paper did an article about it that so many years ago, here's where we started, and I came back there, and we taught a bunch of classes there. That was a lot of fun.
That's it. Thank you, John.
You bet, man. I love you. Thank you. Now,
okay. It's JR. What's your full name?
James Roberts.
James
Lloyd Roberts, so it really is JR Roberts.
Nice. JR, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I do remember the first time. It was 1982, my first summer home from college, so I just finished my freshman year. And my sister had a hacky sack at the house, and I told her, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I've seen kids kicking that thing around, and what a waste of time. And so, pretty fun story there.
Right.
To fall in love with it, right? And it's such a huge part of my life.
Did you start kicking with your sister?
No, not with her at all. I'm from the Corpus Christi area, love the beach. Not really enough surf down there, and I'm not too good anyway on things that are stable like the ground. So rather than just drink beer all day at the beach. I wanted to do something else. I'm pretty ADD, so just started kicking a lot with the surf guys when the surf wasn't up, which was most of the time down there. Played a lot at night at the mall with the surf guys again. So love the community, a lot of fun.
Like your old fidget spinners.
Yeah, right. That was a fidget spinner.
I couldn't stand still, so I bust out my hacky sack.
You bet.
So now you're playing with the surfer guys. You're just hacking in a circle.
That's right.
What's the circumstance? How did you hear about a tournament?
Okay. Went to my first tournament in the mall in Corpus Christi, and the tournament was how many kicks can someone get, right? Because it was still the hard hacky sacks, and the best, I didn't enter it, but the best guy there kicked it 162 times, and I was still trying to get like 12 or 15, so I was pretty impressed. Then just played in the summers for about 4 or 5 years, and then the MTV Hacky Sack and Frisbee festivals came along. I had met a young lady. She saw me kicking on the beach. I'm married to her today. So her first words to me were, "You're the hacky sack boy," and I said, "I am. Who are you?" And she, we've been married now for 29 years, known each other for 31. So pretty cool what the sport did for me, even before I started competing. She's from Fort Worth. I was South Texas. So MTV, when they did their deal, was up in Dallas, and so I said, "Let's go see my girlfriend and go to the festival." And I met Tim Bozar, Mag, I forget who all was there, but saw a lot of things that I hadn't thought of. But when I saw them, I said, "Wait a minute, I could do some of that." Saw the better footbags, so started plugging in with those guys. I was best man at Tim Bozar's wedding, so it's just an amazing sport, man, amazing ride.
Community, right?
Community. Oh,
I met my wife through Footbag too.
Did you? Nice.
Yes. The first tournament that you went to at the mall, was that thrown by or just a local place?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember if it was like a Mag or Bruce Goodich or anybody showing up?
I didn't meet anybody there at all. Just watched. I was amazed. I didn't enter it, so I was like, that's pretty cool. My first real tournament was Tim Bozar's at Southern Regionals, and Jack Schoolcraft was there. Raul O'Donnell. Kim Brady, I think, just a ton of amazing freestyle guys with the Mag came, I think maybe Scott Milne, but just a ton of people. And so again, the community, and I learned a lot from seeing that. Would go home and I used to play 6-7 days a week. So
nice.
Not anymore.
Thanks, JR.
Yeah, thank you.
Francois, how do you pronounce your last name?
François Pelletier.
Pelletier. What about it's extended?
The Pelletier is, it's quite an articulation exercise, mostly for non-francophones. So I keep it simple, like
Pelletier.
Yeah.
Frankie, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I do. It was back in 2003. I was going to the Tam Tam in Montreal. It's a Tam Tam Jam, or like a gathering of people doing percussions around in the park. And at one point, I had a good circle players there, and they told me go the other side of the street for meeting all the net players. And there's a tournament going on, so I crossed the street. And I saw Emmanuel Bouchard and Andy Ronald having a final in single, and it was instantaneous, clear.
You feel it.
It was sure. So I wanted to play that game, and so that's when I bought my first 32 panel net bag. And so it was very hard. I was like, it's too hard, I cannot control that and stuff. But it was a challenge, and I embraced it. And I don't know, afterwards it just, since then.
So you're a circle kicker at Tam Tam. Tam Tam?
Maud Landreville, Gilles Demers.
But you're just a circle kicking guy.
At that point I was only circle kicking.
Before, how did you get started circle kicking?
Oh, it was in summer camp. Some people had like Rasta bags, so I just started circle kicking very
casual.
Casual. Maybe I was 12 years old, I don't know. But so I always liked the power kicking, even if I didn't know what it was, the difference. But I knew, like, when they were like freestylers in the circle, I was like, man, this is lame. Just spike on me and we'll dig. And so I knew my branch already, even if I didn't know that there was all this world existed. So I'm a natural net player born.
So like you're a hacky sack circle guy, and then you just go to Tam Tam this one day.
Oh no, I used to.
You go all the time?
All the Sunday afternoon I was there for as long as I can remember, but I never crossed that street. And the net club.
But you saw them over there?
I never saw them. I was always like after the statue, you know, in the forest of the park. But just across the street there was like grasses and net players, but I never crossed that street because for me it was the Tam Tam. But it has to be mowed. I remember the first time I saw Gilles with patches for his shoes. You know?
Yeah.
And I said, you have shoes for it's incredible. And say, well, because I started that thing net. I didn't ring the bell at that time, but maybe the same summer, Maud told me, if you want to play, go see Archambault, and she invited me to see the tournament at that moment because she knew I was into kicking. So I was hooked. The moment I saw rallies goes on.
You hear the angels singing.
Yeah, I couldn't describe it better. Yes.
Thank you, Frankie.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Tuan Vu, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
First time I saw Footbag was in high school. I saw some friends of mine playing in the hall, and I jumped right in. Loved the cooperative aspect. I thought it was great that everyone had a common goal of just keeping it off the ground and defying gravity, and to that, you know, everyone was very warming and welcoming me, and so I just fell in love with it immediately. I felt athletic, but I never played any conventional sports, and I did feel coordinated, and this was it just clicked immediately.
Immediately you felt a calling.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, for
Would
sure.
you describe it that way?
Yes. I mean, I felt like there wasn't a lot of things at that time that felt right, and this just felt right. So I immediately just stuck with it, and every chance I got, I thought of it, played by myself, with friends.
I mean, I know that some of the people, like even your brother, some of your family members, Chris Siebert, some of the guys from your high school are still kicking. Are there people that are not, that maybe you're still in touch with, or like could you go back to a high school reunion with a Footbag and find a couple of people that are not big competitors and bust out a circle?
There's a big. I went from group to group because I never really fit in at school, but I was really good at kind of bouncing from group to group. So I would play with different cliques, I imagine, but. So if I go to a high school reunion and bust it out, I'm sure I could get a few people to kick with me.
All right, so you're kicking pretty regular. You're getting good. How do you get to your first competition? How do you find out about it and go there?
So I just, like I said, I fell in love. So I played by myself. Any chance I get, I got the Footbag World magazine and. Read the articles. I'd go to concerts to try to find people better than me. I quickly became the best in school, then the best in the area. So then I started going to concerts to find people who were better. And then it got to the point where I said, okay, I found out that there's a competition coming up in Hershey, Pennsylvania. It was the fantastic 1992 Summer Classic. And I convinced one of my high school friends to come with me. So Mike Lockwood, and also a friend of Chris Siebert's and mine. And so we decided on a whim that Friday to drive up after work. So we drive 2 hours to Hershey, Pennsylvania, go to the site because we had nowhere else to go. Slept in our car for about 3 hours. Some guy knocks on the thing asking if we were here for the Footbag. We get out, start warming up, and played all day Saturday, all day Sunday. And then by the time I drove home that night, I was choreographing music and routines in my head. Just every song I heard, I was choreographing a routine. Already. I knew this was it. It just, nothing felt more right.
I understand fully. So like, how'd you do in that first tournament?
So I placed third in intermediate, but I made a splash for sure. I mean,
but are you doing freestyle?
Doing freestyle. So I was doing intermediate freestyle, I had indoor soccer shoes and a sipa, and immediately I stood out for that.
Right.
But people saw the potential, and they saw the dexterity, they saw what I could potentially do. I had 1 or 2 tricks and a double around the world. So Eric Wolf, and so my first tournament, I got to see Kenny Schultz, Eric Wolf, Peter Irish, Greg Nelson, Yves Archambault, Bart, all the top players that I've read about, all there, and most of them were judging me. So as my music kicked in, I dropped on my toe and it rolled right off my foot, and I said, yeah, all right, this is how it's going to be. But I played with it, ran through, got third, and I had some tricks people didn't even see back then. So I was just instantly hooked, and the fact that people befriended me and were able to just take me, Kirk Gibbons took me to the side and taught me some team freestyle right then and there. So I just loved how everyone was so open and willing to share this love of football.
Thank you, Twan. Appreciate it. Man, some people how random it was that I had hooked up with this, just looking for a club, and I go and to play with them, and then out of the blue. Anyway, Ken Somolinos.
Yeah, good job. I feel like a lot of people mispronounce the last name, so nice work.
I have a similar mispronunciation problem with Sablin.
Okay. I always want to do it like French style. Like
Yeah, I like it better. I like it better. Yeah.
At least people don't rhyme your name with penis. I'm like, Somolinos? There's like O's all over it. Anyway.
Ken, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I do. I was the world's greatest hacky sacker for most of high school. And then one day my friend went to the dentist in New York City, and when he came back he said, hey Ken, you're no longer the greatest hacky sacker in the world. There's a sport called footbag, and I saw people practicing for a tournament, and they're all better than you. And I laughed in his face. I looked on the internet, and I saw footbag.org for the first time. This was in 1997, so 20 years ago. And I saw there was a tournament that weekend, and I went to that tournament, and I was no longer the greatest hacky sacker in the world.
Where was that tournament?
New York City, in the band shell in Central Park. It was a New York footbag explosion, and I saw Eric Wolf, Tu Vu, Steve Goldberg. It was a pretty humbling fall from grace.
So, but you were, all right, you're the world's best hacky sack guy.
World's best hacky sacker.
And then somebody tells you this. Did you have to travel to go to the New York tournament?
I took the train, yeah.
From Jersey?
No, from Westchester County.
Okay.
But yeah, that was kind of humbling. I got there, I saw people doing tricks that I didn't think were possible, and then all of a sudden, I was the world's worst footbagger instead of the world's greatest hacky sacker.
That's it. Thank you, Ken.
Pleasure. Appreciate it.
It's ready for my band.
Oh,
I'm
really?
used to smiling, yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking good, man.
I like that band.
Yeah, it's fun. I got to talk to Walt and Ben. They're from Memphis. That's where it all started with the Booker T and the MGs.
Right.
Stax Records, yeah.
All right, Paul Vorvik.
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I distinctly remember that. I was always horrible at sports, and I would get recruited into different the conventional games, basketball, baseball, football. It was horrible. But I was on the campus at the University of Oregon. Actually, no. I was on, strike that. I was on the campus of Oregon State, and I saw some people in a circle kicking this bag around, and I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, I could probably do that. Nobody else is doing that, so I should try that.
Do you remember who those people were?
I never met those people because I did not participate. I was too shy or whatever. So I saw it, and then a friend that lived in Corvallis mailed me a hacky sack. That was the first hacky sack I ever had. And from there I was just trying to...
Why would they do that?
Oh,
Why?
because they thought that maybe I was interested and I should get one. I might have even asked for one.
Did you hint for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So got this hacky sack, started playing, and that was...
Just by yourself?
By myself or anybody that would join me. That was 1977. And I heard about the National Hacky Sack Association, joined the National Hacky Sack Association in 1978, number 158, and started buying footbags at wholesale from them and promoting the game in my hometown in Pendleton, Oregon.
How did you do that?
I would grab people, like, try this game, let's play. Yeah, you should practice, you should buy a bag for $2.25, is what I sold them for. And I was going to college at the time. I started a hacky sack club. got people playing, and kept doing it. Still do it.
So then, now you're really excited about the game.
Yeah.
What's the first competition you ever went to?
The first competition I ever went to was probably the Neighbor Fair. Might have been another tournament that I forgot the name of in Delta Park. So that was 79 or 80.
What was the nature of this tournament? Was it just consecutives?
No, there was net, 8-foot net, I believe, at Delta Park, badminton-sized court, long before the 5-foot net came along, and there was consecutives. There wasn't really freestyle as we know it. So
right. Yeah. So there was just net and consecutives.
Yeah, they called something freestyle, but it was really kicking inside of a big circle and covering a lot of ground, showing you could control the bag and cover ground.
Right.
But there was no tricks. Tricks weren't really encouraged at that time. Tricks were for kids, and they still are. And I like it.
All right, thanks. Lisa McDaniel, do you remember the first time you ever saw kickers? Anybody kicking a hacky sack or a footbag?
Well, first thing I saw was my boyfriend, Kevin Spillers, when I was 22. Showed up after he moved to Austin for the summer, and then at the end of the summer he came back and he had this little red and white 2-panel hacky sack. And he tried to explain to me that this is the coolest thing ever, and everyone in Austin plays, and we have to learn to do this. So that was the first time I saw it, and then we spent 3 weeks driving through 22 states in 21 days, and every few hours for 3 weeks, we'd get out, stop, pull over, get out of the car, stretch for 15 or 20 minutes, loosen up from driving, and try to kick this thing. And so that I spent 3 weeks trying to learn to do something I'd never actually seen anyone do, and my friend wasn't real good at describing it, but that was all right because we were stuck in the car on the road, and that's what we did. So
then you're playing. You eventually get pretty good. No?
Eventually?
Yeah.
20 years later, I was pretty good.
Well, like, what was the situation where you're just kicking? You're a hacky sack.
We were just trying inside and outside kicks, and he and I managed to get 3 or 4 kicks between the two of us. So I was starting to get the idea, like, okay, this is what it is. And then a few weeks after our trip, I moved to Austin, and I went down to Barton Springs, and there were probably 5 or 6 circles of people kicking the hacky sack, the footbag. It was a hacky sack at that time, and they were kicking it really high, and the whole circle would run, sort of revolve around the bag and move around it. They were into really high kicks. So each person would kick once or twice or maybe 3 times and then pass it, and the circle would kind of move around and rotate and try to keep it in the air. And the amazing thing was, I didn't know anybody there. I moved to Austin all by myself, and I had this little ball in my hand, and I walked over there, and I didn't even have to say anything. The circle just opened up, and they kind of nodded, and I stepped, and I was in.
Friends immediately.
Yeah, it was cool.
All on the same team.
Exactly. Well,
so then, all right, you're a pretty good circle kicker. What gets you to your first competition? How did you find out about it?
Well, I became addicted to circle kicking, and I'd heard rumors about people, who could do things besides kick the footbag, and I'd heard rumors that you could play over a net like volleyball with your feet. And then I heard that the world champion was named Portland, and he was moving to Austin. And then when school started, he was coming to Austin to go to college, and his name was Portland. And when he got there, we heard, okay, he's going to show up on at the flagpole. So we went to the flagpole on Thursday, and we're kicking in our little circle, and sure enough, here comes Portland. He's all pasty and pale and walks kind of like a monkey, and he got up and came in the circle and did some crazy stuff with the footbag. And then after the circle broke up, I introduced myself, and his name wasn't Portland, it was Kenny Schultz. But he was from Portland.
He's probably a little guy at this time.
Well, he was taller than me, but yeah, he was a skinny little pasty guy with lots of hair. He could do amazing stuff with the footbag.
So that was the first time you were introduced to like a pro level.
Yeah, and he said I was pretty good for a girl, and that I should go to a tournament. I could do like a toe delay, And so that day he showed me, I might have been able to do an around the world, but I remember he showed me a leg over and a mirage because I had good solid toe to leg, at least on my right toe. And then I didn't see him for a couple weeks, but during those couple weeks, I tried to practice that leg over. I practiced the leg over a lot and was starting to get it a little, and then I would try to practice the mirage, but I couldn't remember actually what it was. I couldn't remember, like, I know you threw it up and your leg went somewhere and did something and then something else happened. So I couldn't even practice it because I just couldn't remember what he described.
So then what was your first competitive event? Was that also in Austin?
I don't think so. I think it was an Indian summer tournament in Sonoma County, California. That was in the fall when I met Kenny and I got introduced to freestyle, and then within a few weeks net. He had a little net on a couple sticks and we took it out and set it up and painted lines with flour. And he tried to show me, and I couldn't kick it hard enough to get it over the net, you know, from the back line.
Right.
But I was addicted anyway, so it didn't matter. I was going to keep trying.
So was
that was in the fall, and then in the spring, I flew out. You know, by then I had found a few people in Austin who played over the net a little, and I flew out to California and took a bus, flew out to San Francisco, took a bus up to Sonoma, and met a bunch of West Coast speakers there.
Like who?
I think competed. I don't know.
Who were
certainly the Berkeley crew.
Which
Brett
was?
Welch and Bill Langban. I think I slept on Bill Langban's couch. And
camping on Camperman's couch.
I camped on Camperman's couch. Brett Welch and Jody and Julie and
all those.
You know, Will.
All the
Will,
big
whose
crews.
last name I can't remember, and Colin, whose last name I can't remember, and lots of folks who said, "Oh, you're a hacker. Come on in. We'll feed you and put you up."
All right, thank you.
Teach a move or two.
That's all we need. Appreciate it. Julie Simons, can you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I remember in high school we played during our breaks in lunch. We called it lunch and brunch, and I used to play there. And I remember seeing the Hacky Sack Frisbee Festival being advertised.
So the first time you ever saw it, you were in school.
Yeah.
Somebody was kicking, and did you feel like drawn to it? Or did you have like some soccer skills or something, or?
Yeah, I'd been playing since I was 12.
Playing soccer.
Yeah.
Okay. And you saw people kicking the hacky sack, and you're like, I can do this.
Yeah.
And then, so you're playing in high school. You're a good. I imagine you're a great hacky sack circle kicker. I can only imagine. And then, how do you get from there to go into your first competition?
So I moved to Berkeley, and I was going to school at UC Berkeley, and I quickly joined a circle and met all the guys.
Who was that?
Brent Welch and Brent Stewart and Bill Langban and
any ladies?
Jody.
Jody was there?
Met Jody and Sam.
Okay.
Conlon was
right.
there. And Will and Neil.
Okay.
And Colin. Yeah.
It's
so
a
they
big.
had a regular group. They played twice a day.
Twice a day?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how do you go to a competition? Was it at Berkeley?
Well, so yeah, I was looking for an apartment, and I had an hour to burn before I had this interview, and so we joined the circle, and they said, come back here when you're in school, and we're here every day. We're at Lower Sproul Plaza at noon, and we're at Upper Sproul Plaza at 5 o'clock. So I moved to, when I finally moved to Berkeley, and then they're like, oh, come over to this field and try Footbag Net, and come to this tournament with us. So
what was the first tournament?
the first tournament was probably Indian Summer at Sonoma State.
Okay. And how'd you do? Did you go intermediate, or did you go straight pro, or how did you do?
Jody and I, we started teaming up. We were both beginners, and we
So
kind of
from
came.
the first tournament, this team, this
Yeah,
super
it might
team.
not have been her first tournament.
Okay.
It was my first tournament. We played against Lori Ott
Oh, really?
and Mrs. Blau, Heather Blau.
Okay.
They beat us in the final. of doubles net. But we did freestyle and golf and consecutives.
That was so. In your first tournament, a lot of people that get like Mag Hughes or somebody, they're like the first tournament was just consecutives. But your first tournament, there's many events.
Yeah, all the events.
And you compete at all of them.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Pretty. Yves Archambault. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Of course I do. It was one of my friends who dragged me to play exactly where I go every Sunday to play again at the Tam Tam in Montreal. But it was like 11 at night, very little lighting, and we had a black footbag. So I didn't really enjoy it the first time.
Who was your friend? Does he still play? She?
No, he doesn't play anymore, but it was a team, a hockey team, ice hockey team that we had, a league in the summer, and we were using it to warm up before our matches. So we were on the same team, and he brought me for the first time to play in the dark with a black footbag. So maybe not the best first impression.
So then, like, you become a circle kicker, you do a little circle kicking. Can you remember, like, seeing, like, an advertisement for a tournament or something, and you felt like, I can do this, I'm gonna...
Well, I had my calling before that. I was talking about the first time I played, but the second time I played, we were on daytime. That helps to see the damn thing.
Yes, very important.
So it was him and another guy he was working with, and they already had some pretty good basics. And I was with my girlfriend there, and we had that circle of 4 going, and it was really fun. After 2 hours and a half, they stopped, and I said, "What? I want to play more, man." So I never stopped since. The competitive aspect came much later, like 4 years after that.
What was the first?
Well, I don't know how, but I found a copy of Footbag World, the magazine that we had at the time, and saw the tournament advertised, the National Footbag Championships or something in Colorado, and I went.
That's a big leap, though, to go from Quebec to Colorado.
Yeah.
You must have felt like I can totally do this. I can compete.
Well, I already had consecutive records of over 2,000 kicks and had pretty good control, and we were playing some pretty aggressive circle. But I went there to do consecutive kicks.
Nice.
And then I saw freestyle and net, and I saw especially Kenny Schultz was my first inspiration, and Tricia. So I saw these crazy moves over the net, and I said, yeah, I want to do that, absolutely. But the first time I played in Colorado, it was with Eric Cole, who was one of the first manufacturers. I didn't touch one ball. I didn't touch any serves or anything. So I wasn't very good that day, but the next time I played, already it was totally different. Control came pretty fast.
Yeah.
That's where I got hooked on the competitive side.
Thank you, Yves.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Is that even a term, pods?
It is now.
It is now? Right on.
Brett Milliken, can you remember the first time you saw a footbag?
I think it was probably when I was about 8 years old in Colorado. My brother had one, and he was always kicking around. I was like, what the heck is that? I kicked around it, I borrowed it, and when it disappeared, I kicked around a tennis ball actually for quite a while, which is really hard to do.
Yeah.
Then in grade school, or I guess middle school, I started kicking a soccer ball at lunchtime in circles. And we did that all the time. Flash forward at least a decade, Mike crazy man, Mike Craig, he saw I and a coworker kicking out in the parking lot, and he came up to us and he handed us a flyer for the US Open. This is 2005. We're like, what is this? You can actually play a game, a real sport with this? Blew my mind. So a different friend and I went up to 2005 US Open. We were just sitting on the periphery, blown away at what was going on. We couldn't even fathom it. Jim Derricott and Trisha George came up and said, hey, come on, let's start kicking.
We started kicking, and we got second in novice when there was a novice category. So it was great.
So like, Craze was the
Craze to get me into the sport. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know it was a sport before Craze. Yeah. So
awesome. That's all I want.
All right,
thanks, Brett.
Yep.
Leanne McCrow, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I do, 1995. And I had my high heels on, and there were some people kicking in a garage, and they said there's this really cool game, you should come play, and I tried it out in my high heels and have been hooked ever since.
All right, so then you're playing, you become a circle kicker. When was the first time you took it up a notch? You went to a competition, or?
Well, actually, I met Jim Derricott through a friend of mine, a roommate, and was introduced to the KFA, the Kitsilano Footbag Association, where they played net down at the beach. And this whole new world opened up, and everybody was very welcoming and taught me how to play this crazy game.
Thanks, Leanne.
Cheers.
Cheers. Genevieve, how do you pronounce your last name?
Bousquet.
Bousquet?
Yeah, you can call me Laf.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you ever saw anyone playing footbag?
Yeah, it was a real hacky sack. It was in my family, and we were playing in circle. I was very young, and we were doing that trick.
And off the hat, and right. I tell you what, though, we're gonna stop, dude. All right, it's Luca
Weiler Lavalle.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yes, I do. I was about 10 years old. My sister was a mad hippie, and she was kicking in my backyard with one of our family friends. And I was watching her. She was doing these mad back kicks, like saving it rainbow style. And I really wanted to kick, but I sucked. Like, obviously, I was 10 years old. But then her and our friend, he's like, hey man, I'm part of like the Canadian Footbag Association. I brought this back in the 80s, blah, blah, blah. I know Yves Archambault, blah, blah, blah. And my sister's like, I can kick it 100 times, blah, blah, blah. And ever since I got hooked.
Does she still kick?
Nah, she stopped. Like, once she saw me, I could hit 100. She was like, okay, I'm retired. yeah.
So you're kicking with your sister? That's the first time you ever?
Yeah, damn right.
Kicked?
Yeah. It was a hacky sack.
Yeah. Was it like an old 2-panel?
Fat ass Rasta bag.
Oh, like a
beads,
knit bag?
Beads popping out of it the whole time.
So now you're kicking with your sister. Now you can get 100 kicks. How do you get to your first competition?
16 years old, 17 years old, whatever. Smoking lots of weed. Trying to hang out like where people are smoking weed. And at some point I go to the Tam Tam in Montreal. I'd never been before, even though born and raised there almost. And first day I went walking on the sidewalk, there's this old geezer with these bags hard like hell, and it turns out to be Yves Archambault. Somebody talked to me about him like 7 years before, and I didn't know who he was. Right. And here he is. I ask him, what's that? Sells me a foot bag, gives me a pamphlet, invites me to come and play inside like on Thursdays and Tuesday nights. Ever since I haven't stopped. So it took me a few years before I started competing, because when I joined the group, I was only 17, right? Mm-hmm. And everybody was like 28 and older. So like I was barely going out in bars drinking, you know, even though I was drinking, I wasn't going out with them. So every time after practice, you know, like I would go to school, go have supper, and go to practice, and I'd get there and like there's all these like hairy dudes, you know, and all good, all pro, you know. Right. Manu, Bob, Pat was still there, Samuel was still there, like Russ was still in Montreal, the guy who I'm playing. Right. So there were lots of players and really top level. And so I would go to practice, I would suck. I would go with 2 of my friends, so we weren't 4 on a court. So it was always one of the pro players that would have to skip and come and play with us. They hated it, I remember it. They hated it so much. Luckily, Martin Côté was there, obviously. And it took me 3 years before I decided to go grab a beer with the guys after our practice. And since I enjoyed them so much, I started kicking all summer with them. and that was my first summer in 2010 in Oakland, where I actually met you too.
So where that was that World Championships was your first competition?
Well, I had done a few competitions. Oh, right. What am I saying?
No, it takes time.
In Montreal, there was these little competitions. Yeah. Martin Côté and Yves were organizing. It was called l'Hivernal. There was a bear on it, you know, jumping over it. Yeah. I won intermediate at that tournament. Like I was 18, and I played again intermediate the year after, and I won again. And then the year after, everybody told me I should go pro. And I played intermediate at World, and God, did I regret it. Like, me and my partner at the time, we went to the Green Cup before, and we were good, man. There was only opens over there. We were good, man. We were feeling strong. And then we got to the Worlds, and we're like, why did we do this? It was such a mistake. It was, honestly, it was a mistake. We shouldn't have. Like I got a gold medal for intermediate, but like I felt as if I would have preferred so much playing that round of 64 and getting my ass whooped by like Chris Siebert or Kenny. Man, he was back on the court, and like PT was still playing, you know.
Right.
So yeah, that's pretty much my story.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luca.
No, thanks, Steve. Man. No, I appreciate this.
Get my thoughts here, man.
All right, gather your thoughts together.
Let's see.
Mag Hughes.
Gonna have to take a couple seconds here.
Can you remember the first time you saw a footbag?
Yeah, I want to make sure I get the story right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Can you remember the first time you saw a footbag?
I did. I remember that in 1978, right here in Portland, Oregon, at Glen Haven Park. I was working for the Parks and Recreation Department. A couple of guys, Mark Hill and another national hacky sack guy came, and I went, whoa, it actually blew me away because I had a dream about it the next night, and I dreamt that I could travel all over the world doing shows and teaching and being a part of the whole organization, and
So these two guys came and did an official demonstration.
They did. Demonstration, Glen Haven Park, Northeast Portland by Madison High School. Fell in love with it. Again, had that dream, and that little bag changed my life. Went to the very first official event here in Portland. Was, I think, 1978 at the Easter Seals event at Delta Park.
That was the first. That's probably one of the first events ever. Period.
Exactly. I think 1979 or 78, 79. Yeah.
And when you were good, so, all right, let's break it down a second. You see the demo.
Yep.
Did you get a footbag?
Probably not.
No. So then you go to this competition without ever kicking a footbag?
Oh, I guess so. No, I must have got a footbag because we went up to the mountains and kicked in our hiking boots at one point.
Nice.
After that, and kind of fell in love with the game. Then I heard about this first event and went to it, and a bunch of Timbers players were there. And,
nice.
Yeah.
So was there? So you go there, and was the event basically just consecutives?
It was just to raise money for Easter Seals. So by consecutive kicks, raising however many sponsors that you had, and you moved on to.
How many competitors you think were there?
I don't know, 35, 40, something like that.
35, 40?
Kevin Courtney of all people, and Mag Hughes.
There's 35 people trying to get the most consecutives.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question. I don't know if that was part of the event. It was more to raise money for Easter Seals. So I don't know. You have to ask Ted about that.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mac.
It wasn't too convoluted.
EJ.
Yes, sir.
Can you remember the first time you saw a footbag?
No. It's been a long time. Probably.
What's your earliest memory of footbag?
Maybe like a YouTube video right in the early stages of YouTube. Freestyle.
Do you remember who it was? Was it like a Kenny? Was it a Vasek?
It was... No. Don't remember. I'm already flubbing this up.
Okay,
You might as well
right.
delete this.
Well, like you...
Take two.
But you saw it the first time on some YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
When was the first time you got out and played?
I got kicked out of high school every afternoon for playing circle kicking, and we eventually started a club just to play legally on campus in high school in Mississippi.
In Mississippi?
Yeah.
Nice. So then, how did you transition from just circle kicking into a competitive?
Watching videos and creating that club, which was undermanned, understaffed. Like, there was nobody there kicking. No one knew what they were doing. Somebody came from California and was doing hostesses, and we were blown away. So that changed our whole Footbag club hard. It was a lot of fun.
Do you remember the first competition you went to?
Santa Cruz Soul Jam in 2007, I want to say.
Thanks, EJ.
Thank you.
Jim Hankins.
That's me.
Can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
First time I saw a footbag, well, hacky sack, what we call it, was around 1986, high school. I never kicked then. That was when I saw one the first time.
Where, what high school, where?
This was in Connecticut, where I grew up.
Connecticut.
Yep. Then I moved to New Jersey a few years later.
Do you remember any of those people that you would kick with in Connecticut?
Well, no, there wasn't really anybody I kicked with, but that's where I saw it. But it wasn't until I moved to New Jersey years later that I saw a footbag for the first time and saw specifically a net bag. A friend of mine I worked with, he saw it down the shore at a tournament when they used to have a tournament that Eric Wolf ran down the shore. Told me about it. He said, "Hey Jim, this thing looks cool. Want to give it a try?" I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll try most anything once." He had another friend who ordered a net, and back then it took 6 weeks to get stuff. His friend was dating his wife's friend. During that course of time while we're waiting for the net, his wife's friend broke up with the guy, and the net was delivered to my friend Tommy's house. So by the time we got the net and started playing, this guy was completely out of the picture. He had bought the net, paid for it, and I never even met the guy.
Nice.
So then we just started playing, and 24 years later, here I am, still playing.
Well, so you got this net. You were not like a circle kicker for a long time before you just got boom, right onto the net.
Not at all, right. I never played soccer. I had no foot skills whatsoever, but something about just kicking it the first few times just, made me catch the bug. Can't explain it, but kept playing. My friend kept playing. We had each other to practice with, and then.
Dan Barron.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I started playing in high school. Just moved to Berkeley, and it was all over, so I got to play every day at lunch break, and then I went to UC Berkeley and played with some of the best freestylers in the world. We were training at Sproul Plaza at UC Berkeley. So.
Can you remember the very first time you saw it?
Very first time I saw the bag, no, I think, yeah, just got intrigued seeing people in the plaza at lunch break at high school, and jumped right in.
When you say you got intrigued, did you feel like, I can remember the first time I saw Footbag, I heard the angels singing. I knew this was a big moment. Did you ever feel that way?
Yeah, I started juggling and footbag at the same time, so yeah, the ball sports, yeah, there's something I never did too many traditional sports, and so there was something that, just how unique it was, and that you could do it independently on your own and in a group, and yeah, it definitely was a calling, and both the juggling and the footbag.
Thank you, Dan.
Right on.
Chris Siebert, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
First time I ever saw?
Yeah.
Yes. I was a wee lad in elementary school, and my friend's older brother got a 2-panel hacky sack for Christmas.
Do you remember that guy's name?
Paul Tidwell. My friend's name was Kyle Tidwell. Paul Tidwell, and he was a soccer player. He was probably in 7th grade or so. And he took it out of the bag, and it was rock hard, and we saw him trying to knee it and kick it, and I thought, that is the stupidest game I've ever seen. Why would you ever do that?
And you were so right.
I didn't play. I didn't play again until the key moment was at Joey Thornton's Sweet 16 birthday party, where her parents rented out the pool house of the neighborhood, and their band from school was there playing all the progressive rock covers, and it was a pizza party, and it was a great thing to be at. And I can't remember if that was either fall or spring, so it was either 87 or 88, and somebody had a SEPA, and we all started kicking sipa down and first we were up there, and then we all went down to the lobby, and I borrowed it from somebody, and I brought it home, and I played with it all night and the next day, and I was hooked ever since.
So what was the difference between the first time you saw the rock hard bag and then you saw the SIPA at the party, and all of a sudden you were like, now I'm hooked?
Well, it was probably much more coordinated, and the SIPAs were a lot softer. And I just liked the dynamic of everybody being in a circle trying to kick it up. I had a right inside only, and that was it. And I remember drilling each kick. Okay, now I'm going to learn left outside. Now I'm going to learn this.
All right, thanks, Chris.
All right.
Kenny Schultz, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Absolutely, yeah. I was on the couch on Sunday morning in 1977, a little before Christmas, and saw it on TV. And it was, I think the TV show was called Sunday Morning.
Right.
And I think Stahlberger and a few other people were on the show, and I ran upstairs to tell my mom, like, oh, you won't believe this. I saw this board, hacky sack, and one guy was like kicking it back and forth over his head. And that was what amazed me, was like the rainbow.
Right.
I was like, I gotta have one of those.
So right away you felt like this was a big moment in your life.
Absolutely, yeah. It was like, I gotta have one, so I had to wait for Christmas, like a few weeks later, but I knew which one it was, and it was first one open. I don't know if I even bothered opening anything else. But I was like somehow just hooked before I'd even, even had one in my hands. Yeah. So yeah, I was definitely. I don't know what it was, but it got me.
One more, of course. Do you remember the first time you? All right, so you got one. You practiced up. I know you practiced up like crazy. When was the first competition you went to?
Well, it was a little bit later, so it's Christmas '77 when I got it, and so I got to be, and kind of my goals were like, well, I got to be best in my school, and that was pretty quick. And then I wanted to be better than anybody at my brother's high school. I'm like, okay, well that, accomplished that, and that was kind of the universe I knew. I didn't know anybody else really that played, so I kind of got, kind of put it away for a while. And then my brother saw a newspaper listing in the events going on at the neighbor fair at Waterfront Park, and one item in there is like number 36 in the list of events or something, hacky sack tournament. So he saw it and he said, hey, you should go do this. I went down there, my parents dropped me off, and you paid $5 to get 5 rallies in the consecutive kick contest, and I did 436 kicks or 456 or something like that, and won the under 16 age group. Got my first trophy, little trophy.
Do you still have it?
I don't know if I do. I'm not sure. I may have gotten kind of lost along the way. I'm not sure. I think
a lot of trophies.
Yeah, I might have that trophy, and I did also still have that first Footbag for a long time, but I don't know where that is. It got a hole in it, and I replaced the pellets that fell out by cutting the heads off of plastic army men and using those because I didn't have any more plastic pellets. So that was a kind of a cool filler.
That's awesome.
So that's where I met Johnny and Ted Huff, and they just latched on to me as 12-year-old that could do it, and started hauling me around to stores and shopping malls. Basically, every weekend I was at a practice was not in a park; it was in Lloyd Center.
In front of a camera, and a crowd, and
yeah, it was for to promote the sport, and I got to tour around the country and do some trips all over the world. And pretty neat thing for for a little kid. It's awesome.
Thanks, Kenny.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dave Bernard. Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yes, I do. Very vividly.
Can you tell me about it?
It was a great time. Buying a new Footbag at Dick's Sporting Goods. Saw a sign for the U.S. Open. Decided I had to go crush everybody. And instead, I went and got crushed.
So you were going to buy a Footbag already?
I was.
So you were a kicker. When was the first time you started kicking? Was it in school or?
No, it was camping actually. Just happened to have one, so we started kicking it around. And,
Do you remember who was there?
yeah, Rob Woodhull.
Who had the footbag?
I think Rob had it, actually.
Nice. Do you remember, but the first time that you were like, I'm going to take this to the next level, this is something that I really want to do, was at Dick's Sporting Goods counter?
Sporting Good, yeah, saw the sign. Kenny Schultz was on it, doing a tap or something crazy. I was like, yeah, bring that on.
Thank you. So tell me what your name is, Jake.
Hi, I'm Jake Dodd from Erie, Pennsylvania.
Jake, can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I'd say it was during the soccer season. I remember we had a break in the game and someone pulled one out and we just started hacking with them, and that was pretty much from there on. I always knew about hacky sack. I learned about anything, that was early on. I'd say about 5th grade or so. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when you became a circle kicker guy?
Here and there, wherever, yeah.
Right?
Wherever.
And then, do you remember the first time you were like, I'm going to go to a competition?
Well, it was actually, I drove by the Erie guys for like 7 years, and I only would stop when I was biking. So in the last 3 years was when we just started getting in. I got to go to Chicago a couple years ago, was my first one. And then this is my first world, so that's what, shout out here. But this past couple of years, 3 years, really been getting into it, trying to keep up with Dan and Tony and everybody and Jim Hogan, so it's all good.
Right.
And old Hacky Sack Jack's still around kicking, so I was sharing a bed with him. So.
Thank you, Jake.
That's cool, yeah.
That's all we need.
Let's put the hat on the cool way.
Okay, that's the cool way.
Yeah.
Dan Greer, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yes.
Can you tell me about it?
Yes. I was a wrestler, and I was probably in about 5th grade. And in between matches, kids would pull out a hacky sack and go kick.
Do you remember any of those kids' names?
Yeah, Mike, Josh. Some kids that I kicked with in just wrestling. No one that kept with the sport.
Nice. So do you remember, all right, so now you're a circle kicker. Do you remember the first time you were like, I'm going to go compete?
Well, the first time I really got into it, I met Jack Lentz at a little park festival close to my house growing up. And I had remembered playing it a couple times when I was little. I was around 15, and there was a circle. I jumped in the circle. The bag came to Jack, and about this time he was probably 55, older guy. I'm this little 15-year-old. He starts doing these tricks. It blew my mind. I was like, this is so cool. And I just remembered the little circle kicking. And then he said, I have bags for sale. And I bought a footbag from him. And then it started me on my path. Because I was like, if this old guy can do it, I can do it.
Nice. And what was the first competition you went to?
The first, it was in State College, held by the first round of the Penn State crew. It was called the Penn State Trio, like 2, Open 2, but they had an abbreviation. It was called the Pissed Off Crew. And I got to see, all I had seen by that point, this was in March of 2002. I had seen a lot of videos that Jack had showed me, the freestyle videos that had been made by that point. And people like Gordon Bevier, who was one of the players who lived there. People like Greg Nelson came from Michigan. Ken Samolinos, and I think he lived in Maryland maybe at that point. Joe and Brenda Solinowski, the people who ran the Fantastic tournament for all those years. And there were a couple people that I've kicked with the whole time I've been in the whole time I played, some players from New York City, Drew Martin, Ben Kellman. They were all there at the first events. And then people I kicked with for years now, for the past 15 years. But yeah, that was the first year. My first big competition was East Coast 2002 in like June of that year.
So like right away, you saw Jack Lentz, you felt like, did you you hear the angels singing? This is a big moment in my life.
I was like a child athlete. I played sports from the beginning of August until like the end of June every year. And then when I was a freshman in high school, I wrestled my whole life, and I wrestled that year, but I was done with wrestling. I didn't want to do it anymore.
and I ran track and cross country, but my school was very underfunded, so they didn't have either of those sports. So I was just like, I had an athletic pursuit in my body, but I had nothing to put it on. And then I saw this in the summer of my freshman year in high school, and I got into it. I had played soccer in my younger years for many years, 5 years. So it was just that interest in it, and it got me into it, and then I got real into it. When I bought a bag from Jack, probably the next time I saw him was it was sometime the next year. But when I first kicked with Jack, it was in the summer of, it was right around this time of year, early August 2000. And I probably started kicking with Jack in the beginning of spring 2001, really kicking with him. And by that point I could kick 100 consecutive, so I could do toe delays on both my toes, but I didn't know anything about any other trick because things like YouTube weren't around then, or weren't popular enough yet. So he had the videos that got me into it, like Tricks of the Trade 1, and there were some real old, California kickers, like Rye Shred and some of the Colorado Shred Symposium freestyle things. So I got into freestyle, but Jack was a freestyle and a net player, so the whole time I've played, I've done both. And it's been, I'm 32 now, started when I was 15, and I feel the whole reason I'm in shape still is from playing footbag all these years.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. That was a good team.
Yeah, it was just 2 questions. Rob Adams, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Oh yeah, I was in Klamath Falls, Oregon, waiting for a buddy to get off of work. My sister visiting her friend from high school we hadn't seen forever. And I seen it on the counter and I was like, what is that? She said, it's a hacky sack footbag. You kick it with your feet. And so she threw it to me and I got 3 kicks in. She probably should practice. So I played all day before I ever seen anybody. My friend got home, he had all these crazy back kicks and stuff, and so I was pretty hooked on it at that point. It was really helping my back injury, and so we played at work, our 10-minute breaks, And of course I had to went back to California and tried to get a footbag. Me and my friends were looking for one, and there's none. Big Fives, nobody's got them yet. It was 1980. So I had to go all the way back to Klamath Falls, Oregon to get a footbag. Meanwhile, my grandmother's the first one to make a SEPA bag. My friend still has her first original one, prototype. He was just here yesterday at the footbag tournament. But the calling was meeting Randy Mulder after I called the World Footbag Association and talked to Bruce Goodich. I was in Phoenix, and I was actually in North Dakota setting up a manufacturing plant that summer. And this guy says, this is the best hacky sack player in the state. And I'm in North Dakota, and I'm like, oh God, that's not really a compliment, So I made it about to the Moon and Stars to call the magazine when I got back to Phoenix, and Randy Mulder lived right down the street. And I didn't know what net was or who he was. I knew Kenny Schultz. I heard that name before seeing the magazine. Right. So I went and played with Randy and Heather Muggleton and his wife, Randy's wife, Christy. And I was higher than I ever been in my life. Stone sober. Called my brother that night. I am hooked. Hooked on this game. You got to play, bro. That's my story.
That's all I need. Mathieu Antoine, can you tell me the first time you ever saw footbag?
No, voi aloittaa. No, mulla meni ainakin silleen, että me asuttiin Ulvilassa tuossa Porin lähellä. Mä olin varmaan 4, kun me muutettiin ja sitten muutettiin sieltä Naantaliin ja sitten mä asuin siellä parikymppiseksi ja sitten menin armeijaan ja sitten olen sen jälkeen asunut Turussa oikeastaan koko ikäni nukkasi niin kuin aikuisia.
No se oli varmaan vuosi 1994 mä luulen, että ekaa kertaa törmäsin footbagiin, kun sellainen kaveri kuin Justin Sexton esitteli meille footbagia ja siitä me sitten innostuttiin.
This makes it really hard for me to ask follow-up questions. Did you? I heard Justin Sexton in there, and I interviewed him yesterday. So was he the first guy that you saw playing?
Joo, Justin oli ensimmäinen pelaaja Suomessa, joka me nähtiin. Varmaan oli ennen Justiniakin jotain, mutta Justin oli se, joka niinku laittoi koko homman pyörimään silloin 1994.
Did he also take you to your first tournament?
Joo, meitä oli neljä kaverusta, jotka sitten lähti vuonna 1995 tonne Tanskaan Haslemäelle. Footbagin EM-kisoihin.
Did he take you to the first tournament?
No ei oikeastaan, että 99 oli SM-kisat Helsingissä ja ne oli mun ekat kisat ja ei oltu nähty Justinia eikä ketään muutakaan näistä helsinkiläisistä koskaan ennen.
How did you do at your first tournament?
No mä voitin Intermediate netin kaksipeli ja netipeli pari Jukka Peltolan kanssa, että se oli silloin Intermediate tasolla.
You played with Jukka Intermediate?
Yeah.
And you did how well?
Voitettiin. We won.
You won?
Yeah.
Did you play?
No joo, silloin 99 niin pelattiin kans Intermediate. Silloin oli aika paljon Intermediate-pelaajia Suomessa ja no, voitettiin varmaan jotain matseja siinä poolissa, mutta ei päästy kyllä poolista jatkoon. Ei mennyt kauhean hyvin. Didn't go too well.
No. Alright, that's it. Thanks guys. Appreciate it.
Obviously we could do it in English too, but
Luke Legault. Can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Yeah, it was in my secondary school. We used to play in circle, and I was getting really good at it. And we were playing in circle, like I said. I was almost the best one in my school. And I arrived in college, and I saw some people playing freestyle. I was like, whoa, you guys, man, what are you doing? I wanted to do that. So they showed me a few tricks, and this is how I started to play footbag as a freestyler.
Freestyler?
Yeah.
Nice. So you were freestyle. Do any of those people that you originally played with, do they still play?
I don't think so. You have Christian Pelletier and Marc Conti. Those were two guys that were competing back then, mostly in Montreal. But I think they came to a few fantastic and maybe a few worlds, but I was not competing at that time. But later on I started to compete.
So like you met those guys, you learned a couple of leg overs around the world, the Oasis or something?
My first trick was a Mirage. After that I saw the Clipper, Mirage, then Butterfly. Then Mark told me to spin, so I started to spin and do some ducking.
Nice.
This is where I met but my first competition was in '96 in Montreal, a tournament organized by Yves Archambault. It was at La Ronde, and this is where I met for the first time a lot of good players like Eric Wolf, and also Peter was there, Peter Irish probably, Carol was there too. And it was my first competition of freestyle, but I also competed in net. That was my first time playing net. I was playing with Rod Lavers at that time.
Nice.
So I competed intermediate, and I did the final, and I won it in Montreal in 1997. So I said to Yves, he wants to give me a freestyle foot bag. I'm like, no, Yves, I want a net, so I want a net bag. So I still have that net bag. It's one of in my collection, but this one, it's still there, and it's always going to be a good souvenir.
How did you hear about that tournament?
It was Marc and Christian from the college that told me that Yves was organizing something, so I went there. And this is where I met every people.
Nice. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Three-peat Irish. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbags?
First time I ever saw footbags, 1981. I think 1981, 1982. My dad gave me a hacky sack, old school hacky sacks, because I was playing soccer. And my dad said, here, this will make your soccer better. And so I got the hacky sack, and I just quit playing soccer, just playing footbag. And you know, ever since, just been playing. So that's the first time I ever saw one. I didn't know what it was. I got obsessed. And with the hacky sack, I had a little piece of paper that says, write to this address, no internet, write to this address, World Footbag Association, Golden, Colorado. You can get the magazine. So I did. I wrote, I could send them a $1 bill, and they sent me back the magazine, and then I realized, well, there's a sport attached to this. And so that's how I started learning about the sport of footbag.
So when your dad gave you a footbag, did anybody else in your neighborhood, you have friends that kick as well?
Yeah, nobody else kicked. When I had a hacky sack, I was the only person that knew what it was about. I got hooked with my buddy Billy, who was my best friend at the time, still my best friend, and we started playing together, and so he got one after I got one. And when me and Billy would play, we'd see how many times in a row we could kick it. I think like the first day out, I think I got to like 10, 11 kicks. Billy got to about 10 or 11 kicks. Then we got hooked. So every day, we started trying to break that record. So we would go out every day and kick. The second day it was like 15 kicks. Third day was like 25 kicks. And then by the end of the month, I think I'd done a couple hundred. Then the next month, we set up a calendar. We wrote out a little calendar by hand. Every day we would break our own little records. And I think maybe by the second month, I had done like a couple thousand. Then by the third, fourth month, I think I broke 5,000 kicks. And Billy was up after a couple thousand too, so we were really pushing each other. Billy doesn't play anymore, he's a professional disc golfer now. But I kept it with the footbag ever since.
So you and Billy are the best hacky sack players you know.
At the time, yeah.
And then all of a sudden...
I think it was 1980. Well, since I got the hacky sack, I got hooked on it. I got the information, but I took a few years off. I was skateboarding. I was a really serious skateboarder. I was skate half pipes, and so that was really my first passion in life, was skateboarding. But I broke my arm twice, 2 years in a row. And after the second year, my parents forced me into retirement in skateboarding because I had to have surgery on my arm. Got this nice big scar here.
It's a nice one.
So when I was in a cast, that's when I picked up the hacky sack again because I couldn't use my hands. So it was like, and it was Billy who was like, let's start playing hacky sack again. So we got our footbags then. And then, so at that time, I was about 1985, I think. And yeah, Billy and I were the best hacky sack players we knew. And at that point, I could kick 5,000 kicks. I didn't really know what everyone else was doing. So I thought theoretically I could have been the best in the world at that time. I didn't know. So I had the little magazine. I think I went and got like the updated new magazine, 1985 or whatever. And I looked, and there was a tournament 8 hours from where I lived in New Jersey, East Coast Footbag Championships. So 1986 East Coast Footbag Championships, Monmouth, New Jersey, thrown by a guy named Rick Kaufman. And I was living in Virginia Beach, Virginia. It was an 8-hour drive, and I don't even think I had a driver's license. So my dad drove me 8 hours. My parents drove me 8 hours. And I was like, I'm gonna go check out this.
This is the moment that is important to me. This is the one I'm trying to get to.
All right, well, I'm working up to the moment.
What gets you from I can kick 5,000 kicks? I'm gonna ask my parents to drive me 8 hours.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna stay in a hotel or something.
Exactly. They got us a hotel room, and then my little brother went with us. The whole family.
It was a family
taking
trip.
the 15-year-old kid to a hacky sack tournament. Because at that point I was obsessed. Right? I loved it. But all I did was kick it. I didn't I didn't never seen any tricks. Never. I didn't know that there was tricks. But I could kick 5,000 kicks, and I'm like, well, okay, I'm going to go into this competition. I'm going to come out of nowhere. I'm going to destroy everyone, and all of a sudden I'm going to be like hacky sack god here up in Monmouth, New Jersey. So I get my parents. They drove 8 hours. We got this hotel room. Saturday morning, we go to the site, Monmouth, New Jersey. I walk up, and everyone's giving everyone hugs, everyone's friends. I'm just like, oh man, okay, these people know each other. I'm coming in, I don't know anyone, right? Just me. I walk up to the site. This is the moment. I walk up to the site. It's early morning. I roll in. I introduce myself to Rick Kaufman, who's the guy who's running the tournament. He's a legend, Hall of Famer. And I'm wandering around the site. I look over. I see a guy. Kicks, goes around twice, does our double around the world kick. And his name was Andy Linder. At the time, I believe he was national champion or maybe world champion at the time. He does a double around the world kick. I see that kick. I see that trick, and my whole world collapses around me. I realize,
I'm not the best hacky sack.
I suck at hacky sack. But that moment, I looked at Andy Linder, I saw that double around the world kick, and I said, I'm going to do that. I'm gonna be good at that. I'm gonna learn all of that. So I had enough, like 5,000 kicks. For you kids out there learning footbag, I suggest you do 5,000 kicks because you get the amount of control where just kicking it, your basics are so solid, it's just unconscious. Like I could kick thousands of kicks and not even blink. So that foundation allowed me to learn freestyle fast. So once I saw what was possible and the openness of the footbag community, people were friendly, people were willing to teach me that stuff. So that weekend, man, all I did was learn tricks, and I just sat for hours a day. I met all the people I could. I learned every single thing that I could, and I haven't really stopped. I mean, I did stop. 2006, I retired. But I'm playing again, and it's fun. I never stop playing, you know. I perform it.
What was that tournament about? Was this back when consecutives was a thing at the tournament?
Consecutives was a thing at the tournament, but there was freestyle, there was net, same as today.
Right.
But consecutives was actually an event, and
how'd you do?
I didn't do too well because I played everything else so hard. I learned how to play net, which I never really played net, and I never really played much net. But it was fun, it was something new. And I did so much freestyle that by the time I went up to do my consecutive kicks, I was so sore. Like after the first day, I think consecutives were on Sunday, and I played all day Saturday, and I played so much on Saturday, I woke up, I'd never been that sore, I barely moved.
Discovered new muscles.
Yeah, all the muscles got trashed. So when finally consecutives came up, like I was planning on doubling my, you know, record. I'm gonna do 10,000 at this tournament. I think I did like 2,000 or 3,000 kicks, and I was so trashed out. I didn't even place in the consecutive event. And I think at that time, this guy Rob McCloskey set the East Coast record of 8,000 at that event. Wow. Which, had I not done anything else, maybe I could have beaten that. My personal consecutive record is 10,000. But at that tournament, I got to 2,000 or 3,000. I had to quit because I was trash. I just couldn't do it. But it was totally worth it because, you know, after that, I never stopped.
And run.
You know, that's the moment of my obsession. Was watching my whole world crumble around me after a double around the world kick. Not even a catch, not a stall. Twice around to a kick. Andy Linder.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, you want my bio?
Robert Conover. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I did. It was in Clackamas Park in Oregon City. There was some folks kicking it around.
Just a circle kick?
Yes.
And you're walking through the park, you just see some people.
I believe I was walking through the park and seen him over there. I was wondering what the heck they were doing. There was, I think, 3 or 4 of them maybe.
Did you join them?
No.
No?
No, I just watched it.
When was the first time you played?
I had seen it again sometime later, a few weeks later, and went home and made my own footbag out of a Levi pocket, and it didn't work worth a damn. And so I seen it. Then I seen a demo up in Oregon City at Larry's Sporting Goods store. They were kicking it, and I believe I bought my first footbag then.
Who was kicking it? Do you remember?
Gosh, I don't exactly remember. I think it was Gar and Mike and Ted, I believe.
Nice. Do you remember the first time you went to a tournament?
I do. I went, I seen in the paper where they were having a clinic up at the college, Clackamas Community College, and by then I was kicking pretty regularly with some guys at work, and I talked a couple of my friends into going up there to this clinic, and Mike, Kenny, and I think Stahlberger was there. And we kicked with them a little bit, and then they invited me to kick some more different things, and I ended up going to Roseburg, I believe it was, for a tournament. The Eugene guys were playing the Portland guys, and Mike and I had teamed up, Mike Noonan and I teamed up, and we went down there, and that was our first tournament.
How'd you do at that tournament?
We lost our ass. You know, not very well, but it was a lot of fun, and you know, I met my partner, Mike.
All right, thanks, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Pretty easy.
Pardon?
I was just getting you into focus there. All right, Reed Gray, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Not first time exactly, but I picked it up with a bunch of hang glider pilots down in Eugene, and they would travel to the Oregon coast to fly, and the Portland Flyers were all doing it. We'd use it as a warm-up exercise or creative procrastination for the winds to come up and figuring out where to go for the day where the best flying was going to be.
Do any of those guys still play?
I don't know. I haven't seen them in years.
Not in touch with them?
Well, I see some of them once in a while, but they're all older than me. And kind of gotten away from it.
All right, so you're kicking with these guys, and then you become good?
Not really.
No.
It's, bought my first one, lost it in about 3 months, went back to the store, see if they had another one, and they didn't. And I'd done leather work as a kid, and it took me several tries to get one that was halfway decent. And first time playing with it, one of my buddies said, "How much you want for it?" And it's like, oh. And that led into Fort Beard's Footbag, my first business, which led into Flying Clipper. That got me involved in the sport and the business.
So, like your first connection to pro level was selling footbags?
Basically selling footbags. And we started going to the tournaments. Travel up there with enough money to get us there, and sell footbags on the side because it was still hacky sack at the time.
Right.
I think I made my first footbag in '78. We founded Flying Clipper in '82 or '83. I think I ran into the sock sack people about 1980. And I started going to the tournaments because that was the best place to sell them.
Do you remember the very first tournament that you went to?
No, there were so many of them.
No? What's your earliest tournament memory?
Went to several of them up in Portland. They had, Valentine's tournament was over in Washington. I went up to some of the Ash Kickers events, the first couple of the National Hacky Sack Players Association events. Missed the first Beaver Open, made it to every one since then. The first World Footbag Association Championships. Down to San Francisco for their events. Went to, what was the one that, I can't remember his name.
Do you remember the first time you played golf?
Not really. It might have been, I know it was associated with some disc players, and they played disc golf. And we used to sell to the Right Life out in Colorado. There's another guy locally that did some too, and one of them just said, "Let's play footbag golf," and we kind of went from there.
And the holes were a little bit different.
Yeah, well, the first ones they had, I was up at one of the parks here in Portland, but they were like big movie reel tins, and some of them were down low and some of them were up high. They graduated in Colorado. They made a metal cone. Some of them were up high, some of them were down low, and then we went to one that was 18-inch diameter and a cup you could roll up into on the bottom. And from off the green, then from on the green, they had to go into the cup.
Right on. Well, thank you, Reed. That's it. Gary Lout, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
I do. It was at an Ultimate Frisbee tournament in 1980 in Oakland, California, and the Eugene Dart Star were kicking something across the field, and we sort of looked into it. Jim Caveney was with me, and we shortly after that we got our own footbag. We met a couple of the Eugene players, and that started my footbag kicking.
Do you remember where you got the footbag?
The first footbags, well, I do remember a friend of mine who lived in Yosemite at the time, rock climbers were also doing it, and he gave me a footbag. And then one day Jimmy and I drove to Yosemite from where we were living, which was a 3-hour drive, and we bought every footbag they had in the mountaineering store there because we didn't know any place else to get them.
Awesome. So then you and Jimmy are kicking around. You become fairly good hacky sackers.
We went hiking together, And that was our thing. We couldn't start hiking until we broke our personal record.
Okay.
And so, you know, in those days it was just consecutive kicks to us, and you know how many we could kick in a row, you know. And so eventually I got good at consecutive kicks, but pretty soon it became a little boring to do consecutive kicks. And then, you know, in 1981 I saw an ad for a training camp. And at the training camp, I met all these great kickers from Oregon, and you know.
Was it a Mag Hughes training camp?
Mag Hughes was there. It was put on by the National Hacky Sack Association. Mag Hughes was there. All those old kickers, Bill Hain, John Stahlberger, Kenny Schultz, Jack Schoolcraft was there. Animal was the first time I met Animal. You know, so there was a lot
remembers that.
There was a lot of legends at that camp. You know, and so then you know that led me into just kicking for fun and not worrying about dropping it and just having
So this
fun.
is a camp and not necessarily a tournament.
Exactly. It was a camp, and the last day of the camp they had a tournament. And the only thing I competed in, they didn't have freestyle. Freestyle didn't exist in those days as far as an event. But they did have consecutive kicks. And at the time, I forget what the record was. It wasn't too high, but I kicked a couple thousand in a row. And so a lot of people thought, you know, he can kick a couple thousand. That's all I could do at the time was kick consecutives.
But
So-
look, eventually you kicked more consecutives than anybody.
Eventually, and also I got to, shortly after that, in 1983, I say 1983 was my magic year in footbag. Because in that year, it was the last tournament of the National Hacky Sack Association, and along with Mag Hughes, Greg Cortopassi, and and Jim Caveney, we had a routine that was done to 18-wheelers, and it became famous because Ken Schultz says it was the greatest travesty in footbag history, because we tied him in the last in that last National Hacky Sack.
Focus. All right, Jim Caveney. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Like it was yesterday.
Can you tell me about it?
Absolutely. Well, I was on this ultimate frisbee team up in Arnold, California. My very good friend, although I didn't know it at the time yet, Gary Lout, pulled out this footbag that he had just got on his trip to Yosemite. So he had gone to Yosemite and a friend turned him onto that, and he was telling us all about it, how we get in a circle and said, this is an ultimate frisbee team having a potluck. And so we got this huge circle, and so we were trying to get this thing to work. He's telling us what we're supposed to do, all the rules, no hands and all that stuff. And you know, we got maybe 2 or 3 kicks in a row, and we just start laughing like crazy. And at the end of the whole thing, I walked away going, yeah, that'll never fly.
But it did, and you something changed your mind.
Gary would not let me go without kicking with him. He's like, come on, Jimmy, kick with me, come on, let's do this. I need somebody to kick with me. So, you know, he's very persistent. And, you know.
So then you and Gary are kicking. Are you're basically in isolation, just the two of you? Do you have a couple other folks?
Yeah, we had
a whole ultimate team?
The ultimate team, but it was really Gary and I and Marty Schmidt, aka The Rock, Marty Rock.
Okay.
He was an excellent kicker. He ended up going to a tournament or two with us up here in Portland.
So what was your first tournament?
First tournament was right following the 1980 training camp, the very first hacky sack training camp, and they had a little tournament following that, which was freestyle, and they had a couple different categories for that, and I think I ended up finishing 3rd in freestyle. because I kicked, I forget how many, it was like maybe 106 consecutive kicks. That's what freestyle was back then.
Right.
I kicked 106 or something like that. Ted Huff counted. Ask him.
I will.
You should. And yeah, so it was when they played footbag net. It was my first time competing in footbag net. It was hella fun.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I didn't quite get a back kick in that tournament, but that was coming.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Jim Derricott, can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
First time I saw footbag, I played it. 1986, first year of college, summer of '86, on my way to college. Played for a couple years, a little bit with my friends. 1990 was the first time I went to a tournament. 3 weeks after I found out it was organized.
So like you, the first time you ever saw it, you bought one?
No, friend had one.
What? Who? Who was it?
Who was the friend? Gordy McRae.
Does he still play?
No, he flew a plane into a mountainside.
Oh. All right.
The struggle is real, my friends.
I believe it. So you play with your friend?
Yeah, played with my 3 college buddies.
3 college buddies?
College house.
Were you the only people in the area that played?
First people I saw was us. Yeah, we were the only people. I mean, it was kind of a college thing in '86. It was happening, little circles everywhere.
Right.
But we spent the summer just kind of playing it in the front yard.
Nice.
Yeah.
So then you're a good circle kicker?
I'm a good circle kicker.
Now, how do you find out about a competition?
Rode my bicycle down with my friend Jeff Hand to go see the fireworks in Vancouver, BC. And we ran across guys playing net about 3 weeks before we had started playing over tennis courts. Thought we'd created our own brand new game and saw these guys at Kids Beach, the Kids London Footbag Association, playing over the net. I asked a short little Japanese man what the rules were. He gave me a flyer to a tournament in 3 weeks, a copy of the rules, and 3 weeks later I went there and got my ass kicked by everybody. It was awesome.
Some short little man named Ian
Kobayashi.
Who else was there?
That day, who else was there? Noel Giffen, Jake Leong, Pauline Betchel, Andy Van Lamarche.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Edwin Bellman.
Yes, that's my name.
Can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
First time I ever saw footbag, I was sitting in the commuter lounge of my college, University of Illinois at Chicago. And it was basically this huge room with a bunch of carpeted benches where people just hung out and had lunch and stuff. And this guy comes in, tall black fellow, and he's tossing this brown, two-tone brown footbag, the old school hacky sack. And, you know, I didn't think of anything, but he said, hey, look what I got. Let's go outside and play with this. Okay, cool. And then from then on, there was a group of us that would go into these, there were like these mini amphitheaters, which were circles.
Do you remember that guy? That guy that had the bag? Were you friends with him? Or?
Yeah, I was an acquaintance of it. I didn't have any classes.
Did he continue to do any sort of competition? Or you just had a couple classes with him?
I just kicked in a circle with him and with all my buddies, and we never even knew about competitions or anything.
How did you find out about a competition?
Well, the very first time I saw net was in Golden Gate Park. I lived right close to Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and I, you know, rode my bike and stuff, and I saw people kicking over a net. I thought, wow, that's cool, because I'd always kicked on my own or with friends, circle kicking, nothing fancy. And so I went there the next week, and they had 7 or 8 nets set up. Wow. It was the fall festival of, I think, 1995, and they were having a little pro-am tournament. And they had all these net players and also a ton of freestylers that were freestyling on the closed road. The road was closed to traffic. And I joined, I did Pro-Am with Julie Simons, and we won.
Wow. So your first competition ever Julie Simons is your partner and you win.
Right.
That's a pretty good experience.
Yeah.
Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Becca English, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
First time I ever saw Footbag was at an all-school assembly when I was in junior high school in Eugene, Oregon, at Roosevelt Junior High, and that was Jim Fitzgerald, Jack Schoolcraft, and Toes. Oh, I'm sorry, Toes.
Jim Fitzgerald.
Reed Gray.
Reed Gray.
And Jim did a series of rainbows, and that was awesome. The crowd went wild.
Kenny also said the rainbow was what brought him in. So was anybody else at this assembly that was impassioned by it, or was it?
It was the entire school.
Right.
So
did a whole bunch of people all of a sudden be like, we got to play Footbag every
a
game?
lot of us started trying. I found it really hard, so then I put my bag in the drawer. I didn't really kick again until I got to college. I started kicking with the UC Berkeley Kickers. Helped start the UC Berkeley Club. The first tournament I entered was in Berkeley.
How did that come about?
Well, the UC Berkeley Kickers had been kicking for a while. They've been going to tournaments and running tournaments. And I don't know, I just encouraged me to play, and I did.
So like you didn't feel like this is a calling, I should play this. That somebody was like, I need a partner or something, and kind of made you come and play.
Yeah, a great group of people. So I started hanging out with a great group of people, and we started going to these events, and here we are, 25, 30 years later.
30 years later. Thank you, Becca. Russ, Arsenal. Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I remember seeing a hacky sack, and then it took me, I think, the internet basically to understand that what I was playing with was in fact a Footbag. And there's a club that started in Calgary, and we started freestyling and learning the moves of Eric Wolf and whatever.
Who's in the club? Does any of them still play?
Yeah, Chris Gregory, the singles opponent. He's not here this year, but and a few other freestylers as well. Rob Fuller, Brian, and yeah, a handful of others as well.
So you get a Footbag, a hacky sack, and you're kicking around in a circle.
Yeah.
What was the first tournament you ever went to?
Well, I think the first time I got introduced to net was Scott Ellenberger from Winnipeg, and he was just in Calgary visiting, and he found us freestyling and had a net with him, and so said, hey, there's net, and so Chris and we latched on immediately, and that's when I knew I took. It was when net was presented, because after a while I still like sports and soccer stuff.
So when was your first tournament?
First tournament was Vancouver, I think, 2002 or something.
Like at Stanley Park, Vancouver?
Yep, or Stanley Park, Jericho Beach, I think, more or less.
Oh, right.
Or, yeah, Kids Beach, pretty much.
Cool.
Yep.
Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it.
Love it.
Yvan Lamarche, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yes, I do. My brothers came to my graduation, so a long time ago.
Okay.
Kicked in a circle.
Now, when they brought out this bag and started kicking in a circle, did you immediately feel like hear the angels singing, or did you feel called to this game in some way?
I was actually quite hungover at the time.
And not.
And so I was just standing there watching and wondering why, Lord, why? And then I played.
And by the end of the day?
It was about a year and a half later. My brother and I actually moved in together, and we were in Canadian Tire buying housewares for our new basement suite. And I got home and I found all this really strange stuff in my bag. He'd been throwing things into my basket like a kid, right? One of them was a sipa, and so we went in the backyard and played, and then every time I got home from work, I went in my backyard and played. About 3 weeks later, I walked down to the beach, literally a block away, Kitsilano.
Right.
And there they were.
Who?
Kit's line of kickers.
Who was
Scott
playing?
Milne, Ian, Jake, Tanessa. It was a huge group.
So then you're
And
carrying
they
your
alienated me for about 4 hours, and then they came over and said hello.
That happened to me too. Charlie and Kathleen did that. They were like, wait over there.
That's right. Show us you have some interest.
Right.
And I played by myself for hours, and then they came over and said, hey, you should come and try this.
So then you try, they're playing net.
They were only playing net. There
And
was
you-
no freestyle happening.
And you started playing net, you play for a little while, and then they're like, we have the Vancouver Open, or?
No, so I think I was actually, I think I had actually walked up and, yeah, maybe it was the Vancouver Open was the first tournament that I may have gone to, but Worlds was the second.
Really?
In Colorado.
Wow.
And Scott said, let's go. And we drove down in his Volkswagen thing. And that was my first delay as well. That was the first time I'd ever done any freestyle.
Right.
I think Jody Welch or Sam Conlon taught me how to do a toe delay.
Could
That's
there be
right.
a better teacher? Right?
No, there was never a better teacher than Sam.
That's it. You're free to go. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Steve.
Jim Hogan. Can you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I do remember the first time. It was about 10 years old, and my aunt sent me one from San Francisco, the 2-panel original hacky sack. It was about 1987 or so, and for the next 20 years I circle kicked, and that was about it.
So she sent you one out of the blue. Like, were you like a soccer player, and she thought you?
I was a baseball player, and she just happened to just move to San Francisco. It was a new thing she saw, and was like, "Oh, maybe he would like this," and I liked it a little bit.
You liked it a little bit? Like at first you get it in the mail and you read the directions, or?
Right. And you know, we didn't kick it much because it was tough to kick it first. You know, it was really tough. But then I moved to Virginia, and we really started like it was with the Guatemalan bags, and started circle kicking. And
Who's like your
friends of mine from high school?
Who's like your first group?
Man, I'd
In
say
high school.
My first real serious group of kicking was in Arizona and Mesa, and it was a group of skateboarders. It was like
Do you still know them?
No, I don't. I moved around to 3 different high schools in 3 different states. So
Right.
I'm a traveler.
Okay. So all right, now you're a pretty experienced circle kicker. How do you learn about and attend your first competition?
So I never knew this world existed at all. In all the 20-some years I kicked, I had no idea. And I was at a festival in New York, and I met Jack Lentz kicking in a circle, and within a month I was at my first Footbag event, which was it was a Penn State jam. It was I think 2013 or 14 at Penn State. It was a freestyle jam, and I didn't even compete. My first circle was like, wow. And yeah, so I just watched it that one. And then that was the year Worlds was in Montreal. I didn't make that because I'd been doing it a month at that point. And then my first tournament was Memphis. First match, Kenny Schultz, Chris Siebert. He's kick.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do I pronounce it? Can I say it Victor or is it Victor?
It's Victor.
Victor?
Victor Debsk.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw a Footbag?
I think it was 2001 or 2. It was quite popular game to just play hacky sack in the school. We had like different kind of footbags, but in Poland it also has some like street sport tradition. It was quite popular years ago, like 50 years ago, whatever. And we were just kicking and trying to do some tricks, and then somehow we saw in the shop like different kind of footbag, and there was for the first time I saw the name Footbag.
Right.
So when we checked out the internet, the sport was already developed, you know.
You remember who you saw first on the internet?
I think I saw one of the German videos from Frankfurt, black and white, when some where some Americans were invited for a jam. Brian McKenzie maybe.
Okay.
Vasek, of course, and some other international players.
Like you see Vasek on the internet, and then at some point you decide, you've been practicing, at some point you decide, I'm going to go to a competition.
Yes, I mean it wasn't a serious decision, you know, when you are a teenager or just getting adult, you don't think that much about this kind of things. You just follow the passion, and you have a nice time with your friends. And it wasn't like a serious sport back then for me, but when I went for the first time to World Footbag Championships in Prague, 2003, I saw the whole scene, and then I decided...
That was your first competition, was the Worlds?
Not really, but it was so close from Warsaw to Prague that we...
How close is that?
You drive like 10 hours or something.
10 hours? That's not close, that's far drive. No?
Not for young people.
Yeah, but like, to decide that I like this game so much, I'm gonna go to a different country and I'm gonna compete.
From now, like from the perspective we are now here, it sounds like crazy, but like just people do it.
Oh yeah, I mean I did the same thing, I know. So like, can you remember, like, did you travel with somebody to go to Prague?
Yeah, actually we had a group of friends, like a full van, and I was the only footbagger. So it wasn't like the only reason to go. Like Prague is a nice city. The event, it's every year a nice place just to be, even for friends of footbaggers. Your time is organized. You have the venue, the accommodation options. You are guided somehow. So it's a nice event we have every year, just to see the sport.
Mm-hmm.
Even before you are deeply involved in competition or organization. So yeah.
So Prague's your first real competition in footbag.
Yeah.
Did you compete?
Yes, back then we had like, I don't know, 64 players in intermediate freestyle. I was in the middle of the on the list. But yeah, I saw all the top names and all the superstars, and since then started to play very hard, and
so like you saw Vasek on the internet maybe 2 years before, and then you go to Prague, you see Vasek there. You meet him, you go up and...
Yeah, like he was already a superstar, although we are in the same age, but you know, in the freestyle circles, it's just the level that matters, how you practice and play. So we could only watch and learn. But you know, it's like Poland and Czech Republic are like very close, and we are friends. They were coming to Polish events like twice a year or something. We were going to smaller tournaments to Prague. And that's why Poland became very good in freestyle back in the days, like since 2003 until now. Actually, we are like a very strong team, but like traveling to US is a little tricky. It's costly, and we need visa and stuff. So not many people come this year, but it's still a good scene out there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Justin Sexton, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Yeah, I saw footbag when I was visiting the US, and saw my brother kicking with his friends. So they invited me to a circle, and right away I was hooked.
Where was this in the US?
In US, in Washington DC. So
were they playing with players that were local in Washington or in DC?
Yeah. Locals in DC.
Like Vince Bradley or?
Oh, then after that, I started trying to find people around DC who would play. Right. And I remember Twan and Tu had a session with me, and that's how I knew professional footbag.
So you're playing with your brother. You just get good, and you felt like this is something I want to be good at.
Yeah. At first, I brought it. I took my brother's bag to Finland, and I started playing there, and I thought that was pretty good, and my friends started playing too. And then when I came back to US, I wanted to find out more about it, and then I ordered my first labors. 2 sizes too big, but they were still awesome. And I remember seeing Kenny Schultz playing on Tricks of Trade and realizing I didn't invent the tricks that I thought I invented.
Right. A lot of people saying the Tricks of the Trade was their in.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, that is.
Oh, do you remember your first competition that you went to?
Yeah, I do. I went to Chicago, Illinois, and I was picked up by Ted Martin, who's the world record holder.
Right.
So that was already a big thing for me.
Right.
So and the locals were real nice to me, and it was a nice tournament. Got to see good net playing and good freestyle, and I got a good partner for net play too. And that same year, me and 3 friends of mine from Finland started the Finnish Footbag Association, and in '95 actually. And so we could get government support to fly to tournaments, the World Footbag Championships in '96 in Montreal.
So jealous. So jealous of that. Thank you, Sexton.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My first world was '96.
Everyone is welcome to join if you want to learn about that.
Hey Sébastien. Salut, ça va?
Hey!
So the first time you ever saw Footbag, your brother, your sister, somebody in your family?
It was my family, yeah, friends and family in the country.
Right.
Yeah, playing circle, and it was real like Isaac 2 panel.
Yeah, I remember it. It was the same for me.
Yeah.
So, all right, now you play with your family, and then what? You're walking in the park, you see?
Well, in Montreal, at the mountain, Tam Tam, we play footbag a lot in circle. We call it the devil circle.
Right.
And it was like real power kicking, and then I met PJ, and then I met Eve, and then I start playing net.
Right.
Which is amazing sport. I fell in love, and then my first tournament, '96 Worlds in Montreal.
At Worlds?
Yeah.
So many people there. First tournament is Worlds.
It's the best thing you can.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's the best.
I guess so.
Yeah.
It was the Worlds in Montreal, was it?
Yeah. At La Ronde. Yeah, really nice. A lot of people there.
Lot.
You have to meet.
Did you compete novice, or did you?
Yeah, it was intermédiaire against Juliette. She's a girl from Vancouver.
Right, I remember.
I never saw her after you
Juliette
remember.
Pendre, yes,
yeah,
I know.
she was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was nice.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, Audrey, can you pronounce your name so I don't brutalize it with American accent?
With American accent. Audrey.
I say Audrey.
Yeah.
How do you say it? That's not how you introduce.
In France, it's Audrey.
Audrey. What? How do you? What's your last name as well?
Tumelin.
Okay.
Audrey Tumelin.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yeah. So here about. So I met some guys on a bar in Paris, and they talked to me about footbag. I say, okay, you talk about football. No, footbag. No, I play football. It's football. No, it's footbag. So I was thinking it was just a joke. And no, they saw me some video, some picture, and take a bag and just start kicking with that. Say, okay, so it's not a joke just because I'm a girl. And after that, I decided to try it.
Who were these guys?
Grisha and Benjamin.
You just met them?
Yeah, on a bar.
Random at the bar in Paris?
Yeah,
Nice.
in my usual bar. And their training was just close to this bar. So sometimes when their first bar closed, they come here. So it was late.
So then they show you these videos and stuff, and then did you come out to one of their practices, or?
Yeah, after I decided to come and see just because I love sports and I love challenge, and I played football, so I thought, okay, I have to try this and see what's happened.
So then you get pretty good, and then they encourage you to go to a competition?
Absolutely not.
No?
No, it was just I think 6 months after I start, and in these 6 months, 2 months without playing football, just talked to me, hey, you have to try, we go to Copenhagen for the World Championships. I said, no, I will not coming, it's just crazy. No, you can, and you will practice, and you will learn a lot with other people, with other countries, and it will be good. And I say, okay, I will try. So I come. I have a lot of zero, but it was good.
But your first competition that you go to, you travel to a different country to stay for a week and play footbag.
For 5 days, I just go. I stopped the Wednesday, so today, but yeah, I was eliminated. I was out in 2 or 3 days. So
But your first competition was the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you, Audrey. We're done. Really appreciate it. Mike Stefanelli.
Hello, everybody.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I do. I was at a small lake in southern British Columbia, and I saw some guy kicking this thing, and it blew my mind. I was a soccer player, so I thought, I should be really good at this, and I just sucked. So I never picked up a footbag again for years. Can I carry on?
Yeah,
that was the first
go.
time. I started going to Grateful Dead shows, and I'm a big Deadhead, and there was a lot of footbag played at Dead shows. And me and my buddy saw this, we thought, okay, we need to start learning to do this. We bought a footbag and we practiced, and we practiced. We did so many crouch down, pick up, crouch down, pick up. I thought I was gonna pass out the first couple of times. But gradually, over time, we both got decent at circle kicking, and that was one of the big draws for concerts, for Dead shows, for music festivals, get into rings and playing down the beach and just meeting people. Yeah. And so it really was a big change in my life.
So you probably, it's a common story that you became the best hacky sacker in your area.
I used to go to the Vancouver Folk Music Festival year after year after year, and I'd see the same people in the rings year after year, and over time they had a nickname for me, Magic. Magic, it's Magic, come join us.
Magic,
yeah.
Mike.
So I'm not bragging, because in the footbag community I kind of sucked, but in the normal community out there, yeah.
So then you go from being king of the hacky circle. How do you get to your first competition?
So I was living in New Zealand. I'd come back for a holiday in the summer, and I would go down to Kitts Beach to, join rings, kick in a circle. And I met this young girl kicking in a circle, and it's Yvonne LaMarche. And after everyone left, it was just Yvonne and I playing, just the two of us, and she was saying, there's these guys kicking over a net down the beach, let's go check it out. And so we wandered over there, and we saw the Kitts Kickers playing net on Kitts Beach, and again, my eyes were just huge. And again, I thought, I'll dominate at this game, and I sucked. I went back to New Zealand. The next summer I came out, I made a beeline for the beach, and there's Yvonne on the court, and she's rocking by this stage, but she welcomes me with a big hug, and she helps me, and she works with me, and I joined the Kitsilano footbag community, and never looked back.
Thank you, Mike.
Pleasure, Steve.
All right. Eric Cole, Hall of Famer.
That's right.
Can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Yeah, my brother came up from Bisbee, Arizona. This was probably in 78, 79. and he had been introduced to the game down there, you know, playing with this little beanbag thing. And so he brought it up to Salt Lake City where I live, and we just started playing it. You know, that was the first hacky sack we ever saw.
Was it just you and him, or did you have like a circle of friends?
Initially, you know, it was just he and I, but I have a large family, so I have another brother and sister, so within our little family group we started playing it. I live by a big park in Salt Lake, Liberty Park, and we'd go over there every afternoon, you know, and start kicking it around.
So then you get good. You get good at kicking in a circle. How do you hear about and go to your first competition?
I started, there's a Salt Lake City art festival that happens every year in June, and so we started taking the footbag there and playing, and so we got started a little small group of people in Salt Lake that were into it. And then I can't remember the guy's name, but this one guy, you know, he heard about a tournament up in Pocatello, Idaho. And so we went up there, and I think it was Bruce Goodich, maybe Greg was there. I can't remember for sure, but you know, it was the traveling hacky sack tournament guys that went out and did it. That was the first time we really saw net, and I really fell in love with net. And so that was the first time where I started understanding the competition.
This is the moment I'm looking for, though. You're in Utah.
Yeah.
You're a pretty good kicker, but you're willing to get in the car and drive to Idaho. I mean, do you remember that day?
I remember there was like, you know, again, it was my brother and I, and you know, we were like, what? There's tournaments, you know, someone's playing competitively with this or just whatever, and it, you know, sounded really excited. I remember driving up there and being really excited about it, and then getting up there and seeing how much better other people were than what we were, you know, and that was kind of inspiring to try to get even better, you know, and then we came back, you know, with the net game and started playing net too. Yeah, right. It was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all we do. Peter Shunny, do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Absolutely. University of New Mexico, Albuquerque, spring of 1980. I was in between classes, and I used to play soccer for the University of New Mexico, and in between classes I found a tennis ball. Started kicking a tennis ball around, and a guy walked up and says, wow, you should be playing hacky sack. I go, what the hell are you talking about? No more than 40 yards away from me there was a circle over yonder. So I said, oh, check this out. And walked over there and started playing, and pretty much hook, line, and sinker from there. The people who were in that circle was Dave Stevenson and Jerry Stevenson, who had just bought a gross of hacky sack 2-panel leathers from Johnny.
Wow.
And sort of got enthralled with them and started kicking a lot. And so much so that I didn't go to school much anymore. And so that was 1980, and then 81 we started hearing about this net game, and so we started getting our nets together and started playing and trying it out. And by 1983 I went to my first tournament, which was the World Footbag Association's first tournament in Delta Park in Portland, Oregon. I flew up from Albuquerque and was thrust into this mecca of amazing footbag players. You know, I'm coming from Albuquerque thinking I'm hot shit. And entered novice net.
Well, this is the moment I'm looking for, though. You're in Albuquerque, and you decide, I'm going to fly to Portland to kick this stupid beanbag. Do you remember that day?
That's a good question. I don't remember the specific day, but I remember, actually, I remember a couple things. I remember Dave going, wow, there's now an association that is sending out these newsletters, and we should sign up. So I said, sure, give me the information. And so I sent out my membership to the World Footbag Association, member number 240, thank you very much. And got the magazine, started looking, going, oh, tournaments coming up. Oh, tournaments, I'll check this out. This will be fun. You know, I want to see where I am and want to play with other people who are like-minded like me. Right. You know, I'm going, okay, well, I'm into it. I'll go up there. I talked to Bruce on the phone, or Greg, probably Greg on the phone. Just called him up and going, hey, I'm thinking about coming out. Yeah, we'll put you up. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just come on out. Okay, great. Show up, and I remember pulling up to Delta Park. Somebody, Ed, I can't remember his last name, picked me up in Bruce's Volkswagen Bug. We pulled up to the park, and Greg Cortopassy's out there with the checkboard, with a clipboard, and Jimmy Caveney and Gary Lout are going for a doubles consecutive record.
Right.
And Greg's counting them off, and Greg is very fired up. Come on, bad motor scooter. Oh, you're awesome. Keep going. Oh, he's intense, very intense. And then sort of started meeting more people, entered the novice net, ended up winning novice net. So I was going, okay, this is pretty cool, pretty fun. First time I saw Kenny Schultz do Around the World. I was staying at Bruce Goodrich's house, and I spent probably 5 hours hanging onto the wall trying to get my foot to go around this footbag going. It was amazing. I can't imagine how he made that. It's physically impossible. Finally was able to do it a little bit. But then they said, after the tournament, they go, what are you up to? Why don't you hang out? There's another tournament in 2 weeks. Kidding me? Yeah, it's called the Beaver Open. I said, really? Sure. It's a camping tournament. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't really have to get home. I'm okay. So why don't you hang out? And so I'm living with Bruce and helping them at the Vancouver Airfield when the WFA had just started off. And I'd go in and work at the office for a little bit. But then Bruce says, you're into skiing? I go, yeah, I'm into skiing. He goes, why don't you grab my Volkswagen and take my skis and go skiing? I go, it's August. What are you talking about? He says, yeah, you go up to Mount Hood, go skiing. Went skiing, had all sorts of fun, and then went to the Beaver Open, honeymooning in Noonan, 1983. Mm-hmm. Quite fun, got hooked even more. And then that was 1983. Then New Year's of that, 83, 84, there was another tournament that they put on, Mike Marshall Memorial.
Right.
I came up and played Chris Ott in net, and my buddy Dave Stevenson from Albuquerque came up. We just got hooked in more and more and more, and just started going to more and more tournaments. And then 1986, Greg and Bruce call me up and say, hey,
want a job?
You want a job? You want to go out on the road and do shows? I go, hell yeah. Who am I going out with? Oh, you're going to go out with Jeff the Animal Johnson. I go, hell yeah, let's go.
Sounds like a fun guy.
Yeah. I knew him. We had 3 years I'd already known him, and he trained all the rookies. Yep. And without a doubt, Jeff Johnson changed my life.
He does that to people. He does that.
31 years now with World Footbag.
Can you tell me your name?
I'm Jacob Rand. Jake Rand. They call me Jake Rand.
Jake, can you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yes, it was at Salmon Street Fountain, where there was a kind of kickoff for this 2017 Worlds. And I was in high school, late middle school, and I saw Red with his posse kicking, and I was passing by with my parents. I was intrigued enough to lag behind and watch for a minute, and then I went on, and that's the first time I saw it.
Did you get in that circle?
No, I watched and left. Yeah, I kind of passing by and watched, and I was like, that's very interesting, and left.
You thought it was interesting enough to eventually purchase a bag?
Yeah. And then you get better at it, and then you learn OSIS, and then what was the second question? You get better at it. Yeah.
You're like a circle kicker. You're average kicker. What is the circumstance that gets you from just being an average street kicker to going to a competition?
I would have to say Red. After I reached out to Red in Portland, he really was open arms, really made me feel welcome. So that's really what probably drove me to, and the love of the sport, obviously, the passion.
What was your first competition?
2006, 2007.
Was it U.S. Open?
I went to Worlds in 2007, Orlando, and then it was probably U.S. Open. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Jake.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bruce Goodich, can you remember the first time you saw Footbag?
Yes, I can. It was in 1978, in the fall of 1978. I was at a party, and some friends shared it with me, and we went to Grant High School and played under the lights until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and at that first moment I saw it, I became infected with it.
You heard the angels singing, yes,
yeah,
there was clarity.
It was something that captivated me. It's that, you know, that one lot of challenges with fun and exercise combined, and had that kind of, I guess I call it a wait a minute sport, where you go, wait a minute, it can't be that hard. You know, it's like golf or tennis. You know, wait a minute, hit that ball just down the field. That can't be that hard. You know, let me try it again. Really, wait a minute, I can do this. Wait a minute. And so I've always had that kind of personality that said I want to master something that has that kind of difficulty.
That level of difficulty.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Well, you're playing at parties with your friends. At what point do you seek out a tournament, a competition?
Yeah, it was almost immediately. I was in the sporting good business at the time, in the ski retail business, and I started getting some call for hacky sack, and I had to kind of find out how these would do in the store. And once I did, I got in touch with the National Hacky Sack Players Association, and through that we brought in teams that came to demonstrate, and then we actually sponsored a team at the Portland Neighbor Fair, and from there I saw two people that inspired me, Craig Hufford and his partner, I'm drawing a blank, but
Craig Hufford?
Craig Hufford, and
I don't think I even have heard that name.
Yeah, I'm just
He's
drawing
a
blank.
footbag at the Neighbor Fair.
Yeah, it was over an 8-foot net, and you know, we sponsored teams through the ski shop that I worked for, and I saw it at that moment and said, hey, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to be good at it. So I started in 1981 as my first competition at the National Championships.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
That's it. Pretty. Chris Gator Routh, do you remember the first time you saw Footbag?
Yes, I was in college at the University of Memphis, which was at the time Memphis State University, and I circle kicked and I enjoyed it.
Do you remember the very first time you walked up on a circle?
I do not.
Do you remember the people that you used to kick with at the?
Yes.
Are you in touch with any of them?
Yeah, Chuck Simmers was one of them. Larry Inman was another one.
Did any of them ever get to the competition level?
Larry Inman played locally in Memphis, and Chuck Simmers, I was his best friend at the time, and we played, you know, like most people start playing.
Just kicking around in a circle?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is the most common thing that of all the people is like you get to play, you get hacky sack, you start playing, and you become the best hacky sack player in your area. And then what happens?
Well, I don't know that I was the best hacky sack player in my area, but once I learned that there was competition, like in terms of the World Footbag Championships, and realized there was an organization called the WFA, the World Footbag Association. I learned there was different competitions. I strive to get better because I've always grown up with sports. I've always played baseball, basketball, football, and I've always been competitive, and so my competitive juice is naturally spiked up.
Yeah. So you remember the first tournament you went to?
I do. It was in 1985 at Mud Island in Memphis, and I remember I used to like to drink beer to circle kick, so I did like consecutives, and I said I have to have a beer in my hand. And I was in lifting weights and stuff, so I was, 21-year-old rock solid guy, and had a beer in my hand, kicking hacky sack, and I didn't do too well.
Surprise!
But the net game, my very first tournament, I won like several games. So because I was naturally gifted athlete,
right?
You know, because of my heritage in sports.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first time you traveled to a tournament?
I've been very fortunate because I work for an airline, and being from Memphis and I work for FedEx, I could travel to these tournaments for free. And being the way Footbag is, being, you know, the community is, everybody's really cool. You could stay at their place, and you know, I was a part-time employee at FedEx, and so I couldn't really afford to spend for a hotel, and I didn't have a sponsor. I guess in essence, FedEx was a sponsor for me.
Right.
So I'd fly to these places.
Well, do you remember the first one you flew to?
I can tell you one that was really memorable.
Okay.
I don't remember the first one I flew to, but I remember I flew out to Sonoma, California, and I was talking to Chris Ott, and I was a new and upcoming player, and I thought it was pretty good. You know, I knew I was going to give him a run for his money, or their money, you know, whoever's playing.
Right.
And so I flew out to California from Memphis, jump seat.
Right.
And I talked to Chris Ott, and he ironically asked me, what division are you going to play in? And I said, open. To me, that was a no-brainer.
Right.
And I think I beat him. I went out there and beat him.
Beat Chris Ott?
Yeah, at his own tournament, you know. So I got instant gratification.
Right.
By going out to and traveling and beating people that I probably shouldn't beat, you know, on paper.
Right.
And so that only increased my juices and made me more hungry, and of course, naturally, I wanted to be the best after that.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I was there. Are you going to ask me questions? Or?
Yeah, I'll ask you. Brent Wells, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yes, I do. I was working as a raft guide in California, and first time I saw was a group of people in Yosemite. Kind of like saw them doing something. It was interesting, and then a little while later, someone brought a Footbag to the boat house where I lived, and we stood in a huge circle of like 20 people and waited for like 5 minutes, and then you shanked it into the dirt, you know? And then later that summer, my buddy came into town, and he was going to school in Corvallis, Oregon. He had a Footbag. The two of us just played back and forth, and so I was much more successful. And then he sent me a Footbag later that fall, because I couldn't get one. I remember driving to Chico and got there just as the store was closed, and I could see the hacky sack in the store, but you know. So he sent me one, and my other good friend and I played like every day after we got that. And that was 1980.
The usual story is that people will get their first hacky sack, they're driven, and they become the best player in their area. Is this the case?
Well, there weren't a whole lot of players in the area.
Right.
It was me and my friend Chris. You know, we played. There might have been some other people, but yeah, we got pretty good. And then in 2 years later, 1982, I saw Mag Hughes and Bill Haney come through town, played over the net. I saw them play over the net for the first time, and to see them with control, kicking the ball back and forth 20 feet, and then play over the net, I was just gobsmacked.
How did you get to see them? Just by chance?
They did they were on tour, and so they did a little hacky sack festival thing over the weekend. They were there the whole weekend. We had a little novice net bracket, and there were 4 of us in novice net, and I won.
Nice. But you just walked up on that by accident, or did you get in the magazine?
I knew a woman named Leslie Scott who knew she was in the Frisbee crowd, and for whatever reason she knew it was happening. And I think I worked with her or something like that, and so that I knew about it from that.
And then you would go to this first tournament. Where was it?
Well, that was in Boulder, Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, in Boulder, Colorado. And then after that, me and my buddy we made our own net set. We played singles net for like the next year or two, and then I went to Berkeley for grad school, and there I met people that played.
But you were where were you a river guide in California?
Yeah, California.
And you traveled to Golden.
So I was going to school in Boulder, working as a raft guide in California.
Okay.
And so I saw it in California and then brought it back to Colorado. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Brent.
All right.
All done.
Okay, great.
Jody Welch, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
It was at a Footbag Hacky Sack festival when they used to have Frisbee and Hacky Sack together at like festivals. And Bill Langben took me to this festival, and I got to see people kicking there and throwing Frisbees, of course. And I had my little plastic sandals on, and Brent, who is now currently my husband, was there as well. He was Bill's partner, and he took the time to like show me how to do inside kicks and things, and that's how I got started.
That's the first time you ever saw it?
Yeah.
At a festival?
Yeah.
Awesome. So then, did you like bring a Footbag home? Do you practice?
Well, what happened was, I'm rather a competitive person, and I don't like to be bad at it.
You?
Yeah. So I actually went and bought a hacky sack, but what I didn't know was that the one I bought was super hard. So I was in my apartment at the time trying to just kick like 10 in a row. That was my goal. But this bag was like, woo, woo, you know, falling off in all directions. Finally, I could. And then I went back down to Sproul Plaza at Berkeley and found the kicking circle, because I knew it was there, and joined them. And they were kicking with a completely different kind of bag, soft, friendly bag. And so that's how I started kicking with this group of kickers at Berkeley.
So then how do you get from circle kicking to your first competition?
Well, I started kicking in the fall of 1985, and basically it was the people that I ran into. Brent and Bill were both competitors already, so they played Footbag competitively. It wasn't just a casual circle, although some of the people in the circle were. So it was the people that I met. Bill and Brent were competitors, and I remember driving them to the airport in 1985 for their World Footbag tournament that they were going to go to in Golden. I drove them there, but I didn't go compete, and I didn't know them well enough to compete. And it was the following year, in 1986, with my first Worlds in Golden. And before that, I went to like a tournament in Sonoma, and that's where I started playing with Brent. And he played with me even when I sucked really bad.
Right.
You know, that's when you had 5 kicks to get it over, and your partner could take up to 3 of them in a row, and it was just a different game. And he took those kicks and got it over.
So those were the first. That was the first one in Sonoma.
Yeah, I would say Sonoma was my first competitive tournament, and you know, I was just really a newbie.
Right.
And then I went to Worlds, and I didn't place in anything. But what motivated me was, even though I didn't place in anything, I played every sport, freestyle, golf, everything, and I came in 3rd overall. You know, I was like 1,000 points behind Trisha and Constance, who were the lead people at that time.
3rd.
But 3rd, and that was like, what? 3rd? Wow!
In the world.
In the world. So after that, and when I came back in 1987 to Worlds, that's when I started placing and being competitive. So, yeah.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking.
Scott Milne, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Absolutely. I was down on Willows Beach in 81, in Victoria. And there was a guy named Tim McDonald and Jim and Scott Lewis were kicking down at the beach, and that was the first time I'd seen it. And they were kicking with a royal kicker that was made by a man named Jim in Vancouver, who sadly just passed a couple months ago now. But I bought my first Footbag from Jim, and I bugged him for about 5 or 6 years until he finally taught me how to make a Footbag, and then I started from there.
So the first Footbag you ever kicked was not a hacky sack.
No.
This was a Footbag.
A royal kicker, a awesome. 3-panel bag.
Awesome. So this is the first time you kicked, then you have a Footbag.
Yeah.
And the usual story is that you become the best in your little group. Is that true?
Not for a while, because the guys that I first started kicking with had been kicking circle for a while. So, and we were all playing disc at the same time, so we would kind of warm up with the hack.
Okay. So then how do you get from being a circle kicker to going to your first competition?
I was in Vancouver for an ultimate tournament that my Victoria team was playing in, and I saw two guys setting up a net and playing footbag net down at Kitts Beach. One of them was Jake Leong. Trying to think of, I can't remember the other guy's name, a French-Canadian guy. But I stopped my vehicle on the side of the road. I went over and asked them if I could try, and they said sure. And I jumped on the court, tried it, and that minute I quit every other sport I ever played. And that's all I did played footbag net and freestyle and golf for, I'm still playing.
Yeah.
35 years or something like that.
So this is your first net. How was your first tournament, Vancouver Open?
No, the first tournament I went to, we didn't really even have a club then, but we had heard that there was World Championships in Colorado put on by the World Footbag Association. So I went down there, late 80s I would imagine, maybe 89, something like that. And at that time, footbag net was a doubles elimination tournament. And so I went down 2 years in a row and played 2 games and lost both games. And the first morning I was there, and I was done for the rest of the tournament.
So the first competition you ever went to was the World Championships.
Yeah, in Colorado.
And you met all of these world champion and world class kickers. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Just taking pictures or what? Shutting?
Nope.
What's up, buddy? Hey, buddy. We'll play some disc golf, sucker.
Rippin' Rick Reese. Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
First time I saw a footbag. Actually, first time I saw a kicking object was a duck ball, and it was 2 toilet paper rolls put together with jeans. It became a ball about this big, and I walked down the street to my neighbors, and they were kicking it with insides and with outsides, and I was like, what the heck is that? And they called it duck ball. And I went over there and I learned how to do insides and outsides with this huge thing with 2 toilet paper rolls put together, so it was kind of oblong, hard as hell to kick, right?
Yeah.
And that was the original, very first thing when I was probably about 11 or 12, down the street. And then a couple years later, I saw a really hard footbag, hacky sack, that was shankable, but it was still kickable, and it was at one of my first jobs. And that's when we started.
What job was that?
It was just doing dishes at a restaurant, yeah. And we would kick after hours under the light.
Right.
We'd just kick it and it would shank, and finally we got it broken in, and then Sipa, we started discovering Sipa, and it was like a new revolutionary thing because you could stall it, break it in. We'd get it wet and put it in the microwave for 10 seconds, and it was perfect. It would be smoking just a little bit, and you just put it out, and all of a sudden it was broken in, and then all the little crocheted panels were just like soft. The next thing you know, you could just like, you could catch it, install it, and just do tricks and stuff.
So then I'm imagining that you became the best hacky sacker in your little group.
Yeah, I did. It happened fast. I mean, but I discovered in Fort Collins, in 1985, I just graduated high school, and I'd already been kicking for a few years, so I thought I was a hot shot, and I could do like a flying clipper, and that's it, and some basics, And I just learned a forehead stall. I remember, like, no way, I could catch you on my forehead, And then I went to the 4th of July Intermountain Footbag Tournament at City Park, and I met Kenny Schultz, and his partner at the time was Pat Bieber. They were team freestyle. I remember seeing Kenny do clipper stalls and like around the world, and I was just blown away. I was just humbled, because I thought I was good. And so that's how it started. I learned my toe stall 4th of July '85.
Sweet.
And then went off from there. Yeah.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
How many world titles?
8. I got 8.
Point that thing in my face.
Torch. Aaron German.
She said.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I do. 1991. I was in the 5th grade, and in my physical education class, Mag Hughes and Jeff Johnson were doing a WFA tour, the school tour, and they came to my class.
Awesome.
Yeah, I remember they had a net, they had a big box of protons, which is the first foot bag I ever saw was protons.
Wow.
Thought that's what they were all made of. Yeah, so that piqued my interest. I went home, asked my parents to get me a foot bag, and they bought me the Hacky Sack book, which came with the foot bag.
Right.
And I learned to kick it like 10, 12 times, maybe is my record.
Right.
Put it down, quit playing for probably about 2 years. And then in '93, I moved, same neighborhood, but just up maybe 10 blocks. And my new neighbors played hacky sack. Started playing again in the circle across the street, in school a little bit. And I dragged my old book out again, the hacky sack books.
Right.
Because I was playing again. And so I saw on the back of the book, now that I'm a little older, I'm reading a little more thoroughly.
Right.
And in the back they have the order form to become a WFA member, to get Footbag World magazine.
Right.
Footbag magazine.
I used to get it myself.
So I ordered this, I sign up, I get the magazine, I see pictures of people doing things I don't understand.
Right.
It's a net, and there's the picture of the weird black guy doing this thing that nobody knew who he was. He still doesn't, I don't think.
Right.
In England or something.
Yeah.
The glasses. That was way cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the back of that, they have the old order forms, and they had tricks of the trade. Learn how to do tricks. So I ordered the video. Got the video. Everyone knows this one. Kenny Schultz. Had some funky shoes and lacing them up all weird. So yeah, I started learning some tricks on my own, showing off with my friends. I was the best out of our little group.
Nobody else in your group was into the tricks of the trade stuff?
A little bit. My friend Isaac.
Okay.
Who was one of the guys across the street. He actually came with me. So one day on the news, the local news, Portland news, me and my dad are watching TV, and we see that Kenny Schultz is going to be at OMSI, the guy on the tape. He's going to be at Oregon Museum of Science and Industry. So
it's the world record attempt, right? A 5-minute time consecutive.
I can't remember. There was something like that. There was something going on.
I remember. I was there.
And I didn't. Yeah. You were there.
Yeah, I was.
All right. So yeah, I asked my dad to take me. We're like 45 minutes away.
Right.
So he took me, and I met Kenny. I met Rick and Rick Reese. I met Tim Kelly. I met Dennis Jones. There was another guy there that was really good. He was kind of almost on the level, Portland guy. He just disappeared the next year. And I never got his name, and nobody can really tell me or remember. But I remember some guy that was like, I remember that guy. And then there was another jam that night that I wasn't part of that I saw a video of years later with Kenny wearing gray tights.
I'm glad I didn't see this.
It's very funny.
So now you're good. You
Yeah,
know some of the guys that are in the pro level.
so
How do you go to your first tournament?
So I think the first tournament I went to was because we went to OMSI and met these guys, and they're like, I think the first one was US Open, which was a net tournament. At the time, I was dabbling in net as well with my friends. And so I went, and that was my first one. And then I met and saw other people, and that's how it started. And then I think I went to Worlds that year. Didn't really meet anyone.
Where was Worlds this?
In Palo Alto at Stanford.
Nice.
Or was it Stanford? Or Menlo Park or whatever.
Right, Menlo Park, yeah.
Yeah, Menlo Park. And then San Francisco, me and my dad drove down. That was my first Worlds. I met a couple people, and Kenny remembered me and stuff. But it wasn't until like '95 until I started really becoming more social, and I met met like Tuan Vu and Peter Irish and Eric Wolf. And I was starting to do some tricks by then, and they kind of took notice. And, I think I competed in intermediate. I don't remember what place I got.
At Worlds?
Yeah, at Worlds. To Dave Matthews Band's my routine song. Yeah, what would you say? Yeah, it's 1995. Yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it. Okay, David, can you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
The first time I saw a Footbag was in Pittsburgh. It was when it was the Frisbee Hacky Sack Festival, and I had already been interested in Frisbee and Ultimate. And I'm like, what's that? Let's get one of those. And me and my friend got it, and we spent hours standing next to a couch trying to hit it to reduce the number of times we had to bend down to get it.
Did your friend go on with you to?
He did not.
No?
No, that was my introduction. And so we were just hacky slackers, and I brought it to college with me, and we had sort of the circle kicks and that kind of thing, and then I put it down.
In Pittsburgh, you went to college?
I went to Pittsburgh for internships, and then I went to San Diego, UC San Diego for college. We kicked a bunch. And then after that, I was like, well, this is fun, but I'm done with it.
That's as far as it goes.
As far as it goes. What else can you do?
And then,
this is funny. I was at a music festival in Eugene, Oregon, and Becca, who I didn't know at the time, and Dennis and some other folks were doing a net game. I was like, wow, this game has changed a huge amount. I want to check that out. And I got on the court, and of course I sucked abominably, as one does. And Becca came up to me and said, you're going to be good at this. Right. And I lost touch with her. So strike two.
Strike two.
And then my lab mate in graduate school moved next door to them. And he said, oh, I've met these freaks. You got to meet them. They do all this cool stuff with juggling fire and stuff with their feet. And I'm like, that sounds kind of familiar. Of course, it was Becca and Dennis. And Becca, through Bob, got a hold of me, and she just started dragging me out. Said, let's go kick, let's go kick, let's go kick. And so that's how I got to do it. It was all Becca.
So then, did she take you to your first tournament?
She must have, yeah. I actually don't remember. I do remember that I went to Worlds that year in Seattle. And there must have been some little tournaments coming up to that, but I don't.
Okay.
Seattle was when I started. I remember that starting. And I got first in intermediate single. And Francois was involved. And he was super enthusiastic about it. He beat me at something. It must have been something besides singles. No, he beat me. I got second in singles. I did not get first. But he was so gracious about it. He was like so encouraging and so cool. He's like, you're going to kick my ass within a month. But he kicked my ass. So it was cool.
All right, thanks, Dave. That's it.
Thanks, Tim.
Appreciate it.
So what are you? This?
Right here, right here.
Okay. So I can do whatever I want with my hands.
Yes.
Okay.
Grisha Telebach, is that how you pronounce it?
Telebach, yes.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
The first time I ever encountered Footbag was when I was like 10, 11 years old. It was summer camp. I did a lot of sports with one of my best friends, and that summer we went to try out windsurfing. Our windsurfing teacher knew about hacky sack, so for warm-up and when we were not windsurfing, we did some hacky sack. So that was the first time I encountered the world of Footbag.
Was it an actual hacky sack?
It was a hacky sack, and one thing I remember in Munich, where I grew up, we have trams. They're blue, and he called them the blue hacky sack killers because one of his first bags got killed by a tram and rolled over it.
Nice.
So that was the first time I ever met Footbag. Then the second time was when I was traveling like 14 or 15 years old with my mom on the West Coast. We went to California and then flew to Vancouver. And in Vancouver, randomly, we ran into a park and I saw the last points of some doubles match at the tournament. I don't know what it was. And I asked the guy, one of the players, what the bag is, and he showed me. He wanted to sell me a brand new bag, but it was way too hard for me and too expensive, so I didn't get any further at that point.
So the first tournament you saw was in Vancouver.
Well, I only remember that there were some bleachers and there was a doubles net game going on. I've never seen the sport before, so I didn't really figure out what's going on. I just saw that the guys were kicking the ball, so I figured it out that it was some kind of hacky sack. I wanted to see the ball. The guy wanted to sell me one, but it was not accessible for me in terms of difficulty of kicking a brand new footbag net bag.
I just think it's an amazing coincidence that you're from Munich, but your first tournament that you see is in Vancouver, just by random chance.
Randomly afterwards I found out that the time I discovered footbag, there were already the first wave of European Championships going on. And at one point there was European Championships in Munich, but I never got any more information about this. Maybe the Danish guys know about it, because I knew that the first time footbag came to Europe was in Denmark.
Right. So what was the first tournament that you ever competed at?
First tournament I ever knew of was when I moved to Paris for university in '96. And then we kicked a lot with friends at university, and one day, it was '99, one girl walked randomly past by us, and we were kicking some hacky sacks, and she said, "Oh, you guys know hacky sack? Are you going to Berlin for the European Championships?" And so it was like Stone Age internet, so it took me quite some time to find out what the event was about. My mom that time already lived in Berlin, so with my friend we decided to go there. We had no clue about footbag. We were still hacky sack players. For the first time I really got what footbag freestyle is about, what footbag net is about. It was summer '99, and in autumn '99 with some other friends we created the Iron Age footbag Techie in Paris, and we started to play mostly freestyle. Then 1 or 2 years later we had Torben from Denmark coming over, and he sold us the first net bag we ever had. We just kicked around, so net we started only a little later.
So the first competition you ever went to, you were a freestyle competitor?
Yes.
Nice.
Well, the first competition I went to, I was a hacky sack player. I did not compete at all. I just checked it out. It was summer '99, and then the first tournament I went to, where I did already play some freestyle, but I did not compete, was the German freestyle footbag battle. And then the first tournament I competed in was 2000, the European Championships, so at that time European Master in Paris.
All right, thanks, Christian.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Being recorded. But Jim Fitzgerald, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yeah, I saw a footbag the first time at the Oregon Country Fair in 1977.
Who was kicking it?
There was 4 long-haired people that I didn't know. They were in along the path at the Oregon Country Fair. There's thousands of people, and I walked by and I stopped and looked, and these guys were keeping this little ball in the air, and they were helping each other. I mean, they were actually cooperating in a game. And I said, I'm going to learn that game. And by the end of that summer, I could kick it 50 times by myself.
Did you join the guys that you originally saw kicking?
No, I didn't join them because I didn't know anything about it. And I said I was going to learn that game, but I was on another mission. So I wasn't selling footbags back at that time.
So how did you get your first footbag to get to your 50 kicks?
Went to Anderson Sporting Goods, and they would have a bin of hacky sacks, Haiti hacky sacks, and we'd look through a couple of hundred of them to find the one that we thought we could break in with a hammer.
Right.
They weren't round, and they were very thick leather. But when we found that one, I actually broke in early footbags with a hammer, and then I'd stomp them. And as a matter of fact, the early years I was buying footbags, I lost one on the curb in Corvallis when I lived in Corvallis. And I didn't know it was on the curb, I just lost it. And the next summer, when all the winter, everything was washed away, there was that footbag in the curb, still intact after 4 months.
It was probably sweet by then.
It was sweet. It didn't last long, but I think it actually helped it in the long run. But I really got interested in footbag more so when I met up with the Eugene kickers. You see, I was more or less from the Corvallis area. I lived in a little town called Tangent. And I'd come in on Saturday and kick with the people at the Saturday market. And among those people were Jack Schoolcraft, Will Wingate, Rick Steinmetz, Rob Montgomery, Reed Gray, and another good friend of mine, Gary Baker. And I had heard about a tournament, 1979, over in Florence, and I tagged along with Will and Jack because they were going to go break the world's record for doubles.
Wow.
And I went to Florence to the Rhododendron Festival in 1979 and watched them break the world record, which was never officially recognized because the rules were kind of not real set in stone, and they didn't pass it soon enough. They kicked it 2,600 times between them, 2,607 or something like that, but they passed it every 100 kicks.
Wow.
You know, I mean, there was only a handful of people kicking 100 times in '79.
Right.
And so I was kind of, they were rebels in the sport. They knew all the Portland people. I had never met them yet. But here I was in Florence watching all this and kind of soaking it in like a sponge. And I could kick 50 times.
Right.
So they set up a net in the parking lot, and they asked for anybody that wanted to play, come out and play. So I picked up a partner from Florence I'd never met before, could kick. His name was Frank. And the NHSA, National Hacky Sack Association, brought a 3-man team down from Portland because back then it was over an 8-foot net.
Right.
And it was a 3-man team they were trying to put. Well, those 3 men played Jack Schoolcraft and Steve Amundsen, and they got wiped out. And then we played the Portland crew, a guy I'd never met before, and we beat them. We didn't wipe them out, we beat them.
Wow.
And then we played Jack and Steve, and they beat us. So I got second place at my first tournament ever over an 8-foot net with somebody I'd never met before.
Awesome.
And we won 2 fishy lures each. It was the coolest thing, you know.
That is
so
cool.
I mean, I met Kenny the next season. We had a tournament, I think it was 1980, at Gerlinger Hall at U of O. And I met Kenny when he was 13, and Johnny was still in crutches from his knee surgery.
Right.
So I was hooked. You know, I never looked back. I've been in Footbag ever since.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, Jim. The whole thing.
And sort of stayed in this little quadrant.
Scott Clear, can you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Stephen, the first time I saw Footbag was 1979 in Greeley, Colorado at the University of Northern Colorado. Mark Paulin had a blue and red cowhide 2-panel hacky sack, and I want to say the Garden Theater, which is this place that we went on to host several events and beautiful atmosphere to kick a footbag in. So yeah, that was like exposure 1, again 78, 79, junior in college I think. And then your next question was what led me to compete and take me from playing circle to wanting to you know, do routines to music or to play over the net.
Yeah.
And I think the first nugget that drew me in that direction was hearing about Billy Hayne and Mag Hughes and Garwin Bruce, and I think Ted Huff were at the a sporting goods store in Denver called Gart Brothers. And my partner, Bill Bethurum at the time, went down and observed the demo that they did, and they did one pass, and they did circle play, and it was like taking casual kicking to the next level. And then later that summer we went to Portland for our first national or world championship as the debate rages on.
Well, this is the moment that I'm talking about. You're in Colorado.
Yeah.
You get like gossip rumor
Yeah.
of some hacky sack dude, but yet you decide to get on a plane and go to Portland.
Yeah.
That's
in fact,
a big
it was
day.
a car. I think we borrowed Bill's brother's Subaru, which we stunk up terribly over 2 weeks of sweaty socks and t-shirts. And you know, we just felt like we had sort of achieved a level of proficiency and had so much fun playing circle with everybody in Greeley. And we wanted to find out what that next level looked like. And, you know, came out and saw Team Hacky Sack and Johnny Stahlberger and everybody that was so involved in the sport. And yeah, I mean, you know, it was 5-kick net at the time, advanced, and later to follow was Ultra that went from 5 kicks to 3 kicks. And then the routines to music spoke to myself and Bill at the time. We were both into dance, and to have a sort of an artistic side to express ourselves through was so fun and appealing, you know, and, you know, get to show off, which is, you know, one of my favorite things in life. And kicking the footbag over the net, kind of held hands with tennis, which I was really involved in, and still am. And so yeah, it was just a wonderful segue, and really so grateful to be part of this great sport and this interview and this documentary as it makes its way to our next
the Oscars,
episode
man.
of PBS or the Oscars. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Scott. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Jay Moldenauer, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Steve,
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact moment, but there were two introductions. One was at a Frisbee tournament, and then my brother, who passed shortly after, was kicking a footbag, very active. So I got involved in 1980. That's when I got involved.
So you have a circle of friends that play?
Currently, no.
No, I mean at the time you're talking about.
At the time, I kicked by myself. It took me quite a few days to master 3 kicks in a row with the old original hacky sack, as many of you know. But once I got it, I started kicking at work, and I had one time as many as 17 people on a break kicking in a big circle. Of course, I would jump in the middle to save them.
Right.
And there were a couple other good kickers. Most of them were casual. But along the way, I met many other good kickers that went on and moved to other communities. As many of you know, Greg Nelson eventually became my partner and went on to do many wonderful things in footbag.
So you're kicking in a circle, just casual kicking. How do you find out about your first tournament?
I'm going to all these Frisbee tournaments because that was where I started. I've been playing Frisbee since 1974. I went to my first Frisbee tournament in 79. And then in 80 I'm exposed to footbag, so I'm going to all these Frisbee tournaments, and then I'm going to the side and kicking with whoever's kicking footbag. And I go home and I take those skill sets and I keep improving and improving. And then in 84 to 85, I had this partner who freestyled with me on a regular basis. He just decided that he was done playing, I guess. But fortunately, serendipity came into play because there was a tournament an hour away from me. I live in Flint, Michigan at the time. Over in Lansing, Michigan, Andy Linder's going for the world record in consecutive kicks. So I make a track over there. I'm at that tournament. My second tournament was Athens, and then I wound up going to the training camp in 1985 held in Golden, Colorado.
Awesome. Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome, Steve.
Appreciate it. All right. Jan Lynn, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I do remember the first time I saw Footbag. I was 13 years old at a birthday party for a friend, and these people that lived at this hippie commune across the way called The Ranch, Dave Frazier, Gail Bigler, they brought the Footbag, the hacky sack at the time, to the birthday, started kicking it, and I tried it as a 13-year-old and thought it was fun. Everyone had, it was hard, and they all had big boots on and stuff.
Right.
But I remember wanting one afterwards and going to the store and finding one.
Nice.
1978.
So then you get one, you practice.
So then I get one, I start practicing, I start figuring out how to get 3, 4, 5 in a row. And then when I saw those guys again, I surprisingly was one of the best people with 5 kicks in a row.
Right.
So I guess I was a natural in a way at 13.
Nice. How do you hear about your first competition?
So because of those same people from the ranch, they put on a tournament that was part of the Roseburg Spring Fair, 1981. I went to that.
Like 3 years after you...
Yeah.
Right.
And I didn't enter that one.
No.
My parents had a booth there, and I went and watched it all.
Okay.
And realized how I wasn't really that far behind what was going on. It was an 8-foot net.
And it was like the 8-foot nets and then the consecutives,
It was
basically?
consecutives and 8-foot net, and that was it. Yeah, so I went home and put a net up after that.
Nice.
And so then later that same year in 81, the tour team came to Roseburg and put on an event at the high school. I went to that and entered.
Because you were at the high school? Or
No, it was the other high school. It was the Roseburg High School. I was in the Winston High School.
So how do you hear about that?
So I heard about that from these people at the ranch, trying to kind of keep me informed because they knew I was interested. And I entered novice net, And I won singles and doubles novice in my first tournament.
Nice. Positive reinforcement.
Yeah.
How are these ranch folks? How are they? Are they connected?
They were connected. Dave Frazier and Gail Bigler and Alex Frazier. They were connected with Johnny and Meg and Cordo and all those people from Portland.
Nice, nice.
And the next tournament they were going to up in Portland, which was the Clark County Ash Kickers in Vancouver, Washington. He called me and said, "We're going up to this. Do you want to go? You know, you won novice. You should go enter intermediate."
Mm-hmm.
And so they came and they arranged it. They came and grabbed me, and my mom and dad said it was okay because I was part of another hippie commune at the time, unofficially.
Stereotypes be damned.
And so I went to that tournament with them, and I was hooked. After that, I was trying any way I could save up money or figure out ways for gas or any way that I could, on a shoestring, go to any tournament.
Nice. All right, that's it. Thanks,
Okay.
Jan.
Sure.
Appreciate it. All right. Prasad, do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
I do. I was it was 1977, and
that's a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. That's actually 40 years ago.
Right.
3/4 of my life. Actually, somebody handed me a Footbag. Nobody showed me how to use it. It's a little Haiti hacky sack.
Who handed you the Footbag? Do you remember?
My friend Ed Canner, who was never a Footbag player at all. But he had picked one up at a friend of his who lived in Sonora, California, Gold Rush country.
Okay.
And they had given him this Footbag, and he didn't know what to do with it, so he handed it to me.
Why? Were you a soccer player or something? Or?
I've never played with my feet at all. I was always a hand athlete, baseball, football, tennis, those kind of things. Never played soccer, and when I was young, they didn't really have any leagues, so I didn't really get the chance to play soccer. Not like my kids who started at age 5.
Right.
With all the
They
leagues.
start them at age 2 now.
I bet.
see camps for age 2.
That must be bunch ball.
So he gives you this Footbag?
He gives me this Footbag, and that week I ended up having my wisdom teeth pulled out, and I had dry sockets. I was in a huge amount of pain, and I didn't go to work because of it. And I had this Footbag, and I was like, what do you do with that? I really had no idea. And so I tried to kick it with my toes. That didn't really work. And so I tried to kick it with my insides, and it worked. And I was like, huh. So I kicked it once with this side, and it seemed like immediately I thought I needed to kick both sides equally. I didn't know what I was doing. So I threw it to the right, threw it to the left, insides. Kicked it 2 times for the first hour.
Right.
And then I kicked it 10 times.
That first day?
By the end of the day, I was over 100 kicks.
Whoa.
And it was like, are you kidding me? What is this?
Right.
I never used my outsides, it was just insides. And then the greatest thing is it fit right in my pocket. And it didn't come out of my pocket for 10 years. And I was kicking quite constantly.
So did you find you're in a hotbed spot now for Footbag players. Did you find a group?
No.
Nope.
No. It wasn't until I guess the first group I found was an old high school friend of mine. His name was Steve Cortopassi. And he ended up being the cousin of good old Greg Cortopassi, who was the leader of the hacky sack world at that point.
Awesome.
And it was Christmas time, and Greg was going to be at his family in Marin. And Steve called Greg and said, I know this guy that can kick this thing. And so I went up to Marin to meet Greg. And
how far of a drive was that?
About an hour.
A lot of people take this leap. Like Scott Clear flies from Colorado to Portland to get into this next level. I mean, that's a kind of an important moment where you're like, I'm going to drive an hour to meet this guy that plays with the beanbag.
Well, I had never really met anyone else who's doing it. I had no idea. I didn't even know what was going on. And so I met Greg and Bruce and Jimmy C. And they were all there. And then there was me. And we started kicking, and I was just doing my thing. And all of a sudden, they'd do a trick. And I was like, a trick? What is that? And immediately did their tricks. And they were like, well, try this. And I went ahead and did it. And the next day, Bruce and Greg hired me to go to the Moscone Center in San Francisco to put up at a sports show and get up on stage and kick the footbag.
You got a job on day one?
Day one. And I was just like, are you kidding me? And so that was very impressive. I didn't drop on the stage. The crowd seemed to like it. It was pretty fun. Never really done anything like that before. And I was, just the organizational part of it was something I hadn't seen, thought of.
So now you meet the people that are in the whatever we want to call it, the professional level. How do they get you out to a first tournament?
Well, here's what happened was that day that we went to Moscone Center, I met Jimmy C. at the Civic Center right downtown San Francisco where City Hall is. Big grass area, and Jimmy comes with a net set and puts it up. And I don't even know what it is. I've never seen it. I was just like, what is that? And I would call it go get it footbag. Because people would try to kick with me and they'd just shank it. But I could go get it and bring it back.
Nice.
And it was pretty cool. And so Jimmy C sets up this net set and he says, let's rally. And I'm like, what do you do? And essentially I just played go get it footbag the whole time and I beat Jimmy right away.
Tasty.
It was neat. It was neat. So that was the very first net game ever. First day ever seeing it. After which I got invited to a tournament down in San Jose. It was my first tournament. And I won the tournament by playing go get it footbag. Didn't know how to play, didn't know anything. But I was always athletic, and it just kind of came natural. I don't know how it came so natural.
There's not a lot of people that can say that.
Yeah. And then from then on, I had to check out every tournament that there was. Ended up going up to a Hacky Sack Association tournament up here in Oregon, and I won that. And it was like, are you kidding? So the next thing I know, there's a world championship to go to. about 82. 1982.
Okay.
And I come in and I'm playing singles. And I'm playing good old Dave Hill. First match out of the box, you know, and I beat him up in the first game. And I think I pissed him off because he cleaned my clock after that. He just took me to town. And I kind of learned that experience is a little something. So I watched a lot of that tournament because I was out. But I watched Kitty Schultz and Billy Haynes. Billy Haynes was my guy. I liked what he did. I liked the way he carried himself. I liked everything about it. And I essentially tried to create my game around his. Back then we weren't spiking a whole lot. Kenny was. That was unnatural. But the court game, the way to play the court, the way to use all your kicks, all four quadrants, everything is very important to me. So that's what I practiced. That's what I did.
All right. Thanks, Chris. All we got. That's all we got to do.
Thanks, guys.
How do you want me to start out? Do you need to say my name?
I'm gonna say Ted Huff. Do you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yes.
Can you tell me about it?
Are we starting?
Yeah.
Okay, I met John Stahlberger because he was on the softball team with friends from grade school and high school, and I went to a barbecue, and they all started kicking around his little beanbag. And so then, being an athlete at the time in marketing, I was intrigued. So then I got talking with Johnny, and he introduced me to Mike Marshall, and I kicked with he and Mike. And then Mike passed, and then Johnny moved back to Texas for a while, and I kept kicking. And when he came back, he moved to the Oregon coast with a couple of other guys, and we were making footbags one at a time. And I went down to visit him, and we went to lunch. And in the restaurant, I was sitting with him, we were talking about what to do with this little game. And all of a sudden, my epiphany was, what if I was sitting across the table from Dr. James Naismith, and he said, hey, boys, what if we knocked out the bottoms out of these peach baskets, hung them on the wall, and used this ball and create a new game called basketball? I thought, man, what would it be like to be on the ground floor starting a new game and sport? And at that moment, I hooked myself for the rest of my life. And I'm thankful and humbled to have had that opportunity.
You and me both. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
All right. Laura G,
Yes.
Can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I do remember, actually. I was 13 years old, and we just moved here from Minnesota to Oregon. My parents lived in Milwaukee, and people at that time were cutting off the ends of socks and stuffing them with lentils or popcorn or whatever, anything that had some weight to it. My brothers made friends with a couple of guys, Craig Hufford and Terry Middleton, early kickers, and they were playing over at Rex Putnam High School. And so they invited me to come over, and that's when I first saw and kicked a hacky sack.
And that's like just circle kicking?
That was totally just circle kicking, yeah.
And consecutives kind of thing?
You know, some people kick consecutives, but it wasn't really a thing. Mostly it was kicking in circles in the parking lots and schools and the hallways. We'd bank it off the sidewalls of the little narrow hallways and things. A lot of kicking around kegs as I got a little older.
Been there.
Parties and things, right? And then I think it was probably 1975 or 6. It was probably 1976. I was working, and I went to put my check in the bank, and it was First Interstate Bank, I think, on McLaughlin, Oak Grove. And I came out, and Johnny Stahlberger, and I think it was Charlie Stevens, again, another really early footbag guy, were playing in front of a store right next door, and I saw them, and so I went over and kicked with them. They were like, oh my God, you know how to do this.
Right.
And so that was my first introduction to a hacky sack. You know, they were starting to manufacture a leather prototype.
Right.
And so, you know, that's where it began.
So then you meet with Johnny, and eventually you go to one of these early tournaments.
Well, and so then I think following that, a good friend of mine, Dave Hill, he was also good friends with my brothers. We were kind of like a little group that ran around together. And Dave he was one of the really involved people in promoting it and sewing and all of that. Right. And so Dave told me they were kicking at a gym in Oak Grove in 1980. And so I went there. That was where I met my husband Robert for the first time. I walked in the gym, and that was the first time I saw it played over a net. Billy Hayne, Meg Hughes, Robert Conover, Mike Noonan, some of the really great net players of that time were all there playing, and I was hooked. I was completely hooked from the moment I walked in.
And these guys take you to your first tournament.
Yes, Billy Hayne actually convinced me to come down and check out. They were having a tournament December 1980, I believe. It was at Portland State University, and I went down. Pardon me?
Indoors.
Indoors. Yeah, it was indoors, and Billy convinced me to play with him. And after that, I think, so that was December 1980. At the same time, Garwin started, you know, there was a group of us who played a lot of footbag together there. We got together a couple nights a week at Oak Grove Gym and played, you know, we'd play in the parks. And Gar kept coaching me on how to not be a rat sacker, how to use both sides of my body equally, and how to think about the game, you know. I think it was 1982, Valentine's Day kick Spokane. We'd driven, you know, all night. All of us worked, and then we got in the van and drove to Spokane and slept on somebody's floor, maybe got 3 hours of sleep. And I woke up the next day, and everything that he'd been coaching me to do suddenly really synced.
Right.
And it all worked, and I was playing with both sides of my body. And that was my first win. And then I think I won everything until I quit playing. So it was kind of fun. I know that doesn't sound very humble, but I discovered how much I loved the game, and I loved competition. Like, I think I was good at the mind game, meaning concentration, you know. I'd get down, but I'd hunker into myself, but it was so fun. It was the most fun I've ever had.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you. Awesome.
Oh,
Eileen,
yeah.
I feel uncomfortable standing at attention.
It's okay. Relax. Eric Wolf, can you remember the first time you ever saw Footbag?
Yeah, the first time I saw Footbag, my cousin brought it back from Wyoming, probably like 1982. Let me get this right. Actually, my cousin brought it to me over Christmas. A cousin that's like a brother to me. He's my idol. His name is Jeff Lawrence from the Ridley Rainbows in Philadelphia, PA. But yeah, his brother was going to college in Wyoming and brought back Footbag net in like 1982.
Brought back a whole net set?
He just brought back the idea of this sport called Footbag net. So thanks for making me clarify. So we didn't play Footbag net, but yeah, so my aunts and uncles and my cousin come over for Christmas every year. We didn't even have a Footbag, but we had a Nerf, I don't know if you remember Nerf hoop.
Yeah.
So we had this little Nerf ball.
My son has one right now.
Yeah, there you go. And he was trying to demonstrate what this thing called hacky sack was. So we went out on the front porch, and like for hours we were just hacking this thing around.
This makes me wonder who he saw in Wyoming.
Yeah, I've asked him many times over the years because I figured I must know. And you know, he tells me the names of these people, and I didn't recognize any of their names.
Wow.
So yeah, Footbag was maybe bigger back then in that sense. Because also he didn't recognize, you know, the Bruce Goodage or the Greg Cortopassis, back then.
Right.
So, but yeah.
All right, so you're kicking with the Nerf ball. Yep. When do you get your first Footbag?
Oh, within months, if not weeks. So my cousin Jeff was like my idol at the time. And I was like, whatever he does is cool. So I don't know how cool I thought Footbag at the time was, but if he was doing it, it was cool. So I got a Footbag as soon as I could after that. You know, hacky sack. Used to have to put, did you do this? You used to put glove oil in.
Oh yeah.
You used to break them in like a baseball
stomp
glove.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well then, so you get your Footbag. I'm assuming that you become the best in your area. The best of like your circle of kickers.
Yeah, because I was the only one, so it's quick.
So then how do you find a tournament if you're the only one?
All right, so hacky sack and frisbee festivals. Did you used to go to those?
That was just before my time.
All right, well, good call. So hacky sack and frisbee festivals were the thing back in like the early to mid 80s, and my cousin's Footbag team were sponsored by Ballywick, who were the sponsors of Andy Linder.
Right.
And they used to sponsor them to go to local sporting goods stores and do demonstrations. And I think somehow through them I learned about this thing called the Hacky Sack and Frisbee Festival. And I went to one somewhere in New Jersey run by Rick Kaufman, who used to run the East Coast Footbag Championships. That's where this shirt from.
So wait a minute, were you living in Pennsylvania?
No, I was living in New Jersey.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm kind of...
No, it's cool. I just want to know.
My cousin is from Pennsylvania.
A lot of folks like put all their eggs in the basket. They're like, well, I'm going to drive 8 hours to go.
Oh, we did that. We did that kind of thing all the time.
I know, but I just mean your first one was pretty local.
The first one was pretty local. Maybe like Asbury Park.
Right.
Or Monmouth College. Anyway, it was like within an hour of where I lived in the Jersey Shore.
Right.
And I went there to check it out. I was also already like hooked and loved Footbag. But I'll tell you what, I saw Dale Crawford, who at the time was like East Coast legend. Dale Crawford and Mark Duchetti were the freestyle gurus of the East Coast. And I saw him do an around the world toe snap and I think I fell on my ass. I think somebody poked me in the knees behind, and I just like, it blew me away.
You heard the angels singing.
Yeah,
right.
Totally. And that was when I was like.
All right, Randy Mulder. You remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
What?
Yeah.
I saw a footbag at the World Championships in 1988 in Golden, Colorado, and fell in love with the sport right there. And my first tournament was the next year in the World Championships in 1989.
So you're just like walking, were you going to school or you just walked up on it by accident?
There was a radio announcement on a rock station advertising the Footbag Championships, and me and my buddies played hacky sack, and we went up there and checked it out, and the rest is history.
So who were these first guys that you played hacky sack with?
Just friends from high school.
Did any of them still play, or did any of them continue on to play?
One of the first ones was Sean Flynn, who was a legend in consecutives, but other than that, no, just me.
All right. Thanks, Randy. He's cake. All right. Eric Bartholomew?
Eric Bartholomew, yeah.
The Bartman.
Right.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
I vaguely remember being in junior high school and seeing somebody with one. Yeah, and I don't think I played at the time, but that's when I first saw one in junior high school. That would have to be about 78, 79, something like that.
Well, do you remember about the first time you kind of got involved and kicked?
Oh yeah. I was playing in a circle in downtown Denver, and there was one guy in the group that was really good, and so after we were done playing, he came over and told me about the World Tournament going to be in Golden. That was happening in Golden, and that person was Kristen Offer.
Nice.
Yeah.
So then you go to the World Championships?
Yeah, I went, and I went dressed in my club footbag, pink shorts and neon green and pink shirt, and yeah, that was I can't remember what year that was, but I think it was about 88, 89.
So your first tournament is the World Championships?
Right, in 89.
And you competed?
No. But I did compete in the Fort Collins tournament right before that, so
okay.
Yeah. But after that, I competed in every one, 89 through 95.
Nice. I mean, what was the first time you went to a competition and had a little success?
I took a plane to Little Rock, Arkansas, and that's where I won my first match. Because I never played anything but the pro division, so I got stomped on for the first several
years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But Kristen Ofrio took me from playing in a circle to playing net, and we would set up the net every single day, and it took me a year to beat Chris 1 game to 11, and then it took me another 6 months to beat him the whole match. But he wasn't easy on me.
No.
Yeah, so it all turned out great though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Thanks, Bart.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Will you tell me your name again?
I am Paloma Puyol.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Do you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Of course. It was in Madrid in 2007.
Do you remember who was playing, or?
Of course. It was playing Arturo Fuente, Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah, and at that moment they were like 5 people doing footbag in Spain, the whole Spain.
Were they playing like net, or were they playing freestyle, or were they circle kicking, or?
They were playing footbag.
So freestyle?
Freestyle, yes.
Yes.
Freestyle.
So pretty high level, doing tricks and.
Yeah, for me, I was usual to hacky sack, so yeah, when I saw that, it blows my mind because I never watch any videos of footbag, so I I was supposed to meet the hacky sack pros because I was a hacky sack kicker. So someone looked at my moves and he told me, a juggler told me, you must find people that is pro in this. And I was like, oh, they didn't exist. So yes, I searched for them, and when I met them, I was ready to play in a circle, and when I saw that, it was like, oh God, I just find my thing.
So how did you find hacky sack?
Hacky sack because my mom was a player.
She was a footbag or a hacky
sack kicker.
Right. Greg Cortopassi, can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Oh, absolutely. 1979, my brother brought it down from Alaska. He called me and said, I got a gift for you. And we were, you know, we did gifts just like any family does. And so it was unusual to do it outside of when you normally do gifts, birthdays, Christmas, or whatever. So I was excited to see him, and he was in Alaska. I'd never been there. I assumed it was some sort of gold or something like that. And he was, you know, very secretive, and he opened up his hand, and it was like, it looked like a moose turd. And I was like, what the heck do you do with it? And he threw it up in the air, and he kicked it 3 times, and I was like, whoa, do that again. And he did it, he threw it to me, and I missed it immediately. And we were 2 hours just non-stop trying to kick this thing, and it was just really powerful.
This makes me wonder where he got it from in Alaska.
You know, it's a great question. I have no idea.
Mystery origin.
Yep.
All right, so then you and your brother, you kick for a while, you get pretty good?
Yeah. Well, I thought I was pretty good. You know, I could kick it 79 times, and that was better than anyone else I'd ever met. And then a year later, I was in Alaska doing a business with my brother, and I had a chance to meet John Stallberger, and that's what changed my world. He invited me to Portland, Oregon, told me about this game they played over the net, and freestyle, and that they were doing it in the schools, and it was something I always felt like I wanted to do because of the power of the circle. And
right.
So that's when I
So how you mean with Johnny? You're doing a business?
Well,
and he's doing a business?
Yeah, it's a great question. I met with John because I fell in love with it, and so I was the only person in California that could get them, and so I kept buying product, and after a while, they weren't sending it to me, and I would get really frustrated because I'd pay the prices and I would do whatever they wanted, but they wouldn't send it to me. And I was in Alaska and they weren't sending me product. So I said, I want to talk to your boss, and I want to talk to your boss, and I ended up with John. And what he heard underneath the frustration was the passion.
Right.
And he goes, I want to meet you. And I said, well, I didn't even know there was a Mr. Hacky Sack.
Right.
And he goes, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be going to Alaska to start the Alaska Hacky Sack Association, and maybe while I'm up there. And I said, okay, well, let me know. And we did, and I hitchhiked 370 miles, and I met him in Anchorage, and everything's history from there. I followed him back, and I was in full time. That's what we did.
So then you guys are doing the tours and just showing off the stuff. How do you organize a tournament?
Well, there were tournaments at that time, very local ones, and that's what we were doing. I mean, we were making it up. We were trying to figure out how to promote the sport, and for us there were 2 major avenues, if you will, and one was the sport version, so footbag net, primarily freestyle, and the idea was to get the competitive game in front of professional athletes and get endorsements and sponsors and tournaments and local and get state and then regional, national, and then we took it to the worlds. And the other one was the cooperative game, the circle game. And our strategy at that point was to get it in the schools, so like kind of mainstream, and let kids grow up with it. Something that was cooperative instead of competitive, which is what most of them are. So that's what we were doing, and we had a passion, and we loved it, and that's what we did, and all of a sudden it took off, and so it's been an amazing, it's been a dream.
Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Really appreciate that.
What are you going to do with all that?
Jake Leong, can you remember the first time you ever saw footbag?
Footbag net in Vancouver, Kitts Beach, '85.
Was that, did you see like hacky sackers before that?
Yeah, I kicked in a circle. Probably in the early '80s.
Okay. Do you remember any of those folks that you kicked with? Did any of them?
They're still back in Victoria, so.
Did any of them stick with it?
No.
No.
I'm the only one.
Okay. Did you? All right. So you're kicking. You meet these guys at Kits Beach. Who was it? Ian,
Kobayashi, Grant, and some other folks. Noel. I don't know people.
Right. Well, so now you're kicking at Kits Beach. How do you hear about and go to your first tournament?
I think somebody had a magazine. It was Footbag World, I think, and it had a list of tournaments, and Northwest was pretty strong at that time, and I think Seattle and Portland. So those were close destinations, and had to check it out.
So your first tournament was Seattle?
Yes, the Boys Club, I think. Boys Club. Mag Hughes was there.
A bunch of legends.
Yeah.
Right.
Billy Haynes.
What about Rick Bates?
Rick Bates, for sure. Yeah, he was one of the first people I met. And Mark Daniels.
How'd you do in that first tournament?
Probably really bad. I think I got schooled pretty good by Mag and Billy Haynes.
That's it, Jake. Thank you very much. Dave Robinson. Thanks for doing this, man. Do you?
My pleasure.
Do you remember the first time you ever saw kickers?
I do remember the first time I ever saw a footbag. I saw the footbag before I actually saw it being kicked. And Buddy and I, my best friend from high school, had graduated. He'd gone off to college to UPS. I went to Boise State, and the next summer after graduation, he came back from UPS up in Tacoma and showed me this funny little bag that had the two pieces and the old hooked together, one of those ancient old hacky sacks.
Baseball stitching.
Old things, yeah, hard as a rock to start with, and yeah, it was kind of like, all right, well, and he tried to explain it to me. And I kind of, got a little picture of it, and then he actually showed it to me. And I thought, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Gave it a try a couple times, had no success, just like everybody. So I was ready to bag it at that point. Except for the fact he and I began a cross-country bicycle trip together. At which point we had all these opportunities to hang out and stop and do things together. And he drugged me out there a couple more times, and then I just found it so much fun. And because it was my best friend and a great activity we could do together and share and laugh and have a good time, we got hooked on hacky sack. Yeah.
So you're cross country with this fella. You're getting pretty good at this game. How do you hear about your first tournament?
I didn't know that I was getting great. It was just having a lot of fun, and it was kind of a natural thing for me. And then I moved to Eugene, Oregon. And
the fateful moment.
The moment of time. And I remember walking by the EMU courtyard in Eugene, Oregon, and seeing a hack circle going on, and saying, hey, I can play that game. I hopped in there with these guys, and I met a few of these guys from a little organization called Free Flow. Yeah.
Heard of them.
Yeah, Flying Clipper, Footbag, something like that.
Something like that.
And Reed and Toes and Dennis took me under their wing. And I remember the first time Reed gave me 5 hacky sacks to sell, and I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, man. I'm a footbag rep now. And so I sold Flying Clipper leathers for those guys for a while. And those guys dragged me to the first tournament, Blue Lake, no, it wasn't Blue Lake, it was Delta Park, and we're talking, I don't know, 83 probably. And had a chance to play competitive net there. And
what were the events? Was it the 8-foot net?
I think I came right in at that transition. Because I think we came down to 5 that year, if I'm not mistaken. And I actually had some success and had a little net experience for practice. I think I went to the semis or so and had a little bit of success and had a great time. And that was absolutely it for me. I was completely addicted. I loved the game. I loved the people, and had a chance to travel all over the world and meet unbelievable folks. And it's just been a real blessing to be here today, even is really cool. So thanks, Lee. That was really fun.
Thank you very much.
You betcha.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Jeff the Animal Johnson, do you remember the first time you ever saw a footbag?
Yeah. Excuse me. I was in Portland visiting a friend, and I went up to his apartment in North Portland around Columbia Boulevard on Columbia Park, and he goes, man, I saw these guys at a mall, and they were kicking this thing around. So I go, what? And he said, we went out to across the street into the park. we must have been there 3 or 4 hours kicking a hard leather bag, laughing our ass off, drinking beer, and it was the funnest thing that ever happened. And so I had to get one because he had one. And down the road, what eventually happened years and years later is he actually gave me that original Footbag back that was the first one I ever kicked.
Nice. All right, so you find Footbag, you get a Footbag that you kicked.
Oh, yeah.
You get good at Footbag?
Oh no, I was a rogue son of a bitch, kicking in boots, thinking I was somebody. I tore our East End shack up with a bunch of people in boots. I got written up for playing hacky sack on duty and all that sort of stuff. But when I got with a friend and we wanted to go to Portland, I was going to see an old girlfriend, and she, you know, somebody I loved, and I was going to ask her to marry me. And I get up there and I see her, and we both rode our bikes 185 miles up the Columbia River Gorge to get there. It took 3.5 days. And then, so when I found out that she was more in love with her roommate than me, it was depressing. But anyway, her roommate was a DJ for KQFM 100. And she was playing an air tape bragging about being a DJ. And on the air tape it goes, hacky sack, do you know what it is? Well, I don't. And and there's a training camp, and I go, play that back, play that back. And so she played it back. I wrote the phone number down. First person I ever called was Theo Huff. And I go, I'd like to do your training camp, and I don't have the money, but I'll get it later. Can I come do it? So I rode my 10-speed bike all the way across Portland. And the first thing I saw was a Volkswagen van where Jimmy C, Dave Frazier, get out and walk in because they're going to put on a show that we get to watch. So I went, okay, well, this ain't so bad. Because I had a long hair, a cast on my head, I was in coveralls. And so I went in, I watched this show, and I laughed because the show they put on. So I rode my bike up to the college that we were at, and I was kicking in the corner thinking I was somebody. And next thing you know, I signed up for the training camp, and did all week long, and we played and practiced and drills, and did school assembly programs. My first autograph was on a basketball, the school assembly program. All I did was juggle. And then at the end, it was like we had a test we had to fill out. And I was the last person to turn in my test. And Greg Cordoposse was going to correct it. I told him, you don't pass me on this test, I'll bite you on the neck. And he goes, he looked me in the eyes and he laughed at me. He sat down, bared his neck, so I bit him anyway. And he jumped up and he goes, you're a fucking animal, you're an animal. You'll always be an animal. So that was the beginning of something else. To this day, they say I had missionary zeal because what they started, they did not know it was the avalanche of the animal coming down to, and then they had to get rid of me because I would show up at every last thing they did. They go, man, what are we going to do with this guy? He's bugging the hell out of us. So they sent me on the road touring. And my first touring was with Pastime Enterprises with Bill Bethurham and Scott Clear. I had to fill in for Scott Clear. First time I ever flew on an airplane, 5 class, take off Atlantis, got to Denver, never been there before, got picked up, went on tour, and the funniest thing about it is I got to the airport late and I made like O.J. Simpson to try and get the plane and I missed it.
So you're on the touring. So you're on the touring team. When is the first time you go to a competition and compete against other players?
They had a competition at the training camp.
Okay.
And but after that, you know, it was like anything, any training, any this, any that. I mean, I'd show up, I'd hitchhike, I'd do this, and I know it doesn't matter what it was. From Spokane to Santa Barbara to you know, whatever it was, I was there. Oh, you couldn't keep me away. I was there.
Nice. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
You betcha.